What are you doing?
Could even reduce your insurance premiums. So some of the prepping in this tier blends right into home improvement or fortifying your home. But if we're talking about the worst case scenario, end of days, the collapse of normal day-to-day life, the prepping subreddits refer to this as shit if hits the fan, or Teotwaki, the end of the world as we know it. In that—
Bro, why do we have a fucking abbreviation? Teotwaki? Oh, you prepared for Teotwaki? Bro, just say the end of the world.
The end of the world as we know it.
Why as we know it? Because the world's not ending, but the modern society is.
In that situation, most of these things wouldn't necessarily be helpful. A whole house generator is tied to propane or natural gas. In an apocalypse, you'll eventually run out of fuel. So you have to buy bigger and more robust solar and battery systems than we saw in the previous tier. And
If nuclear war breaks out, the sun's blocked! If the fucking Yellowstone fucking geyser volcano explodes, there's no sun! The sun's gone! Where are we gathering solar energy?
And your local water treatment facility isn't going to be up and running, so your whole house water filtration system is going to be useless. If you're prepping at this level, you probably have very little trust left in the government, infrastructure, or even your neighbors. And that can send you even further down the rabbit hole to the point where you want to isolate. I've read that Zuckerberg, Sam Altman, Mark Andreessen, Steve Huffman, and Reid Hoffman all allegedly have doomsday bunkers, which definitely pushes us to the next price tier. These days, digital preparedness can be just as morning brew, or click the link in the description. Okay, back to prepping for the apocalypse. If you Google—
Joe's being pessimistic. This is a video that is about people that are pessimistic. This is literally the actual raw example of pessimism. People that think the world is actually going to end.
Doomsday bunker, the top result is— and so that's where we are right now. We're at Atlas Survival.
Atlas Survival Shelters. Just shipping containers. I need to see how thick— if that shit ain't 3 fucking feet thick of steel, I'm thinking that that's breaking.
Shelters in Sulphur Springs, Texas to meet Ron Hubbard. These bunkers can range anywhere from $25,000 up to $25 million. The question I have is, what are these bunkers—
Bro, $25 million for a bunker, bro.
protecting me from that the lower cost products weren't? We're gonna go find out. Ron, pleasure to meet you finally. I'm James.
Yeah, hey.
Good to meet you. What's that for?
I'm gonna have my own line of swords. It's a zombie sword for chopping your way out through zombies. What I'm selling is a feeling that—
He's building a zombie sword?
through zombies. Line of swords. It's a zombie sword.
Bomb shelter business is booming. This guy's literally the fucking head. What's the dude that in Vegas that prepared for the end of the world in the Fallout show? That's this guy, Ron Hubbard. Not Burger in Vegas, Mr. House.
It's a zombie sword
Robert
for
House.
chopping your way out
This is Robert House.
through zombies. What I'm selling is a feeling that you are going to be a survivor. Imagine being on the Titanic and you know that one boat is designated for you and your family.
What types of events would these bunkers protect you from?
We emphasize that our bunkers are built to be NBC proof. Which
Chat, if you're on the Titanic, I think this is a question for the men. If you're on the Titanic, are you staying off the ship till the end? I'm not gonna take a woman or child's place on a boat. However, I'm getting off that fucking boat. I'm getting off that fucking boat. I don't know how, but I'm getting off that boat. I'm a minor, I would go first. Okay, let me say this. If in the Titanic, when the boats were sinking, I'm assuming the chatter that just said that you're probably like a 16-year-old man. You're not getting on the boat. They're kicking your ass off. Right? If you walk up to the lead guy that's shuffling women and children onto the boat and you go, "Well, I'm 17, can I?" They're kicking your ass off, bitch. You got to find your own way off that fucking boat. You know what I mean? Like I think when they say like women and children first, they mean women and like toddlers. Like you got to be like, you gotta be young for them to be like, okay, yeah, I'll let you off.
Which means nuclear, biological, and chemical. So you could go in there for any reason, including tornadoes, hurricanes, or even a civil unrest or people driving around trying to shoot holes into your house.
And now it was time to go see one.
A builder is building 86 houses. He's decided every single house will automatically have a movie theater in it that will also be a bomb shelter.
I mean, now we're just living in luxury. This isn't even a fucking... We got a movie theater. We got a movie theater in the shelter. I feel like if you're gonna spend millions of dollars on the shelter, just make the shelter your house. So in that sense, I kind of get it. Like, just have a piece of property and have your house be the bunker.
Ron's bunkers have become popular because
like live underground.
they're dual use. Everyday luxury on the surface, doomsday bunker when shit hits the fan.
Let's go.
Okay, so Ron had told me we were gonna see a finished $700,000 bunker, but unfortunately, that's not the case. He brought me to a new construction though, that's apparently gonna sell for $1.6 million. And part of this construction, right by that dirt mound over there, is a $700,000 underground luxury doomsday bunker. Let's go check it out.
Can I say, shouldn't you put it a little more underground? Like, we're right on the dirt surface, you know? Is this the roof? I feel like it should be like, you know, 8-10 feet under, like a little over the water table.
$100,000 underground luxury doomsday bunker. Let's go check it out.
Now, remember, I'm going to give you footage of a finished one that you
Oh,
can
it's pretty deep.
edit it in, okay? This one's got 9-foot ceilings. This is the stage that will go back in that corner. This is a gun cabinet. It's a remote control gun cabinet. This will come down. It's got a roll shutter. So this is a bunker man cave movie theater. This is the escape tunnel. This way, if the person in the bunker feels like they're worried about being trapped in the bunker, it gives them a secondary means of egress. What we have here is a full kitchen. You got room for a full-size fridge. You got granite counters, stainless steel microwave, stainless steel sink, plenty of cupboards, and overhead shelving. Okay, so this is the one and only bedroom in here. There will be the NBC air filtration system will be mounted in this room. There's also a closet with access to the plumbing and all the water tanks.
Custom built.
Where's the room where they start eating each other after they run out of food? Is that also part of the man cave where they're watching Home Alone for the 15th time during the apocalypse? And there's no real relevance to those movies anymore because the world's ended.
Bunkers like the one we just saw is only one part of
So watching Kevin McAllister try to stop the two thieves that are breaking into his house on Christmas no longer really has the same oomph that it used to.
Ron's business. He also sells prefab bunkers that are made at his headquarters and then installed on site.
Okay, this is a 72,000 square foot factory that does all the welding, fabrication, finishes out the interiors of the bomb shelters.
They do look sturdy. I will say that.
All right, this is a prefabbed bunker here at the Atlas facility. Not too bad.
How would you describe your customer?
I get a lot of people that are 55, 60 years old. They just sold their company. They want to
Near the end days anyway, buddy. I mean, why are we even prepping?
buy a ranch in Texas. And
60 years old? I mean, dude, the world ends. It's already, you know, I'm just calling it quits there. If I'm 60 years old and the nukes start dropping, it's just, you know, whatever. You know, it was a good run.
they want to have a secret bunker with a secret passage. Whoever's sitting in the White House affects the
For their family? True. Valid point.
sale. So Trump is absolutely horrible for business because the customers that buy the bunkers, a lot of them are Trump supporters, and they feel safe with Trump in office.
And he's not afraid to name drop.
For Zuckerberg, for an example, it's not really any bigger than what I'm doing for the Tate brothers right now. I'm building them a 2,000.
He's building a fucking bunker for Andrew and Tristan Tate.
300 square foot bunker in Romania. I just sold a bunker to one of Trump's right-hand people. I did 2 bunkers for one of his cabinet members.
That's bad news. That's bad news. Pause. Why are we glancing past that? Hold up. Somebody that personally is a right-hand man to Trump's buying a bunker right now from you? That's not good.
6 months ago.
Throughout this time that I've been here today, Ron's phone has been ringing off the hook. So clearly, he's very busy.
Yeah, hello? Hello? Atlas is Ron.
As the fucking supreme leader of Iran in the Ayatollah just got murdered.
We make
When was this video made? 9 days ago. Also, W Channel, by the way, Morning Brew. My God, this video is interesting.
bomb shelters. You go down there and make love in it. Yeah, Atlas. Atlas is Ron. But what I'm going to show you here is my magnets. Last year I did 340 days in hotels. So it means I spent 25 nights in my own bed. But that is what the job calls for. So my clients call, I travel.
Overall, this is a very impressive business that Ron has built. He might be a little out there, but whatever he's doing is working.
Beyond bunkers, there are a slew of other very expensive doomsday solutions in this price tier. High security compounds, remote land with airstrips, armored vehicles, $25 million bunker membership.
This is what I see as a foolproof bunker, okay? When I see somebody prepping, I think it's this or nothing. Like an actual Fallout Warzone based shelter in the middle of nowhere.
There's a company called Safe that engineers some of the most impressive stuff you'll see in this space. Like a fortress in America that has a moat with cannons that can shoot flammable liquid onto the moat to light it on fire. The compound has multiple tunnels leading in and out, and one of them can be activated to basically act like a giant microwave. Wild stuff.
All right, well, that's the end of the day with Ron, and that was quite the experience. Let's just say I'm not surprised the guy that's the king of luxury doomsday bunkers operates the way he does. It's hard for me to say what my takeaways are. I'm kind of torn, to be honest.
Obviously, Ron makes a compelling case for bunkers, but Scott sees things differently.
I'm not a pro bunker guy unless they are for tornado shelters. They require constant attention, maintenance, intervention. Bunkers are easy to disable as well. If somebody finds your bunker, you're not getting out of it. They're not where you should
Oh,
spend
what? Like they'll just block you in. You'll never be out. You'll never be able to leave.
your money when it comes to preparedness.
So why do you think people buy them and spend ridiculous amounts of money on them?
Because they have ridiculous amounts of money to begin with. You've opened up a big can of worms here.
Yeah, like why do they have like cubicles in this shelter? What are we doing on a fucking Mac on a Mac computer right now?
To begin with, you've opened up a big can of worms here, James. There's that.
So to bring it back to my core question, how much do you think it would realistically cost me to survive the apocalypse?
About $1 million. No, I'm just kidding. So I don't think I could throw a dollar amount at surviving the apocalypse. So let's come up with a realistic scenario on how much it would cost to mitigate against that. Can we do that?
My follow-up was, is that even a fair question?
Okay. I do believe that you should prepare, that everybody should prepare for the scenarios that you've already seen happen in your life, the likely scenarios.
So it looks like no amount of money will truly save me or you in an apocalypse or doomsday scenario. It might buy you time, it might make things a little more comfortable, but there's no product, bunker, or system that guarantees survival when everything completely falls apart. If I got everything
that one guy, not Ron Hubbard, the other dude, seemed a lot more about like natural disaster preparedness versus actually getting ready to fucking survive a nuclear blast.
plus a bunker, this is how much I would have spent. Overall,
Huh?
much
$739,000.
I would have spent. Overall, I think the industry has seen so much growth because there's been a convergence of disaster preparedness and doomsday prepping. Disaster preparedness is backed by governments, insurers, and utilities. It's boring, practical. Doomsday prepping has always been culturally fringe. It's individualized. But climate disasters are more frequent, power grids are less reliable, insurance is retreating in certain areas, the pandemic was a wake-up call, and governments are increasingly telling people to be more self-sufficient in an emergency. Now there's a middle ground made up of average people like you and I who don't want to rely entirely on institutions, but still want to be prepared for when something goes wrong. How far someone goes and how much they're willing to spend is defined by how likely they think that disaster they're prepping for is, or how paranoid they are about it, if it's more on the extreme side. And yes, there are definitely companies and products that take advantage of escalating fear and paranoia. Like I said before, we have been through a lot, and we're all just a little bit more uncertain. So, in my opinion, prepping didn't really go mainstream. It just got rebranded. Ron, what do you...
Yeah, I think that, like, a lot of these businesses are obviously going to be like, oh, you need, like, you can't really take Ron's word alone. Because obviously he has a financial incentive to go, hey, the apocalypse could happen at any moment. You need to have a fucking bunker. Because, like, he makes money on bunkers. Like, if they're making money from the business, you have to take, like, what they say, you know, in some level of validity, but also, like, recognize there's an incentive for them to give you that information. On to the next set of videos. We're reacting to Morgs. Somebody's asked me to react to Morgs, says his content's changed. It's a different type of cringe now. His first video that we're going to be reacting to is donating $10,000 to streamers if they shave their head. The first thing that we are going to address about these types of videos is the fact that there is an income rate that is required to pay off these videos. That's why I personally would never do one of these videos. Not because I don't want to give $10,000 to streamers, but because I don't want to be down $10,000. And Morgs did not make back $10,000. 698,000 views, posted on May 16. Probably not going to obtain more views than it has right now, substantially. So this is a net loss video. If he spent $10,000 here, he probably made $2,000. So he's down $8,000 from this one video.
Now, seeing as I'm going to be giving away thousands in this video, of course, I needed a sponsor. So today's sponsor...
Or you get a sponsor, that helps.
Now, guys, obviously that was just a joke. But for real, I don't have a sponsor for this video.
How does he not get sponsors? He has 11 million subs. You think he's self-aware now? See, this is... Okay, we're going to go over something real quick. A lot of people have been telling me to react to him because he is quote-unquote self-aware, like Arcade Craniacs is. That's proven, yeah, like Arcade Craniacs is f***ing around. Morgs is self-aware, but it's still f***ing cringe, dude. And it's not, it's like, this isn't even supposed to be cringe.
Okay, so boys and girls, I have found my first victim. He's about to get a lot of money, so I don't think that really makes him a victim. But this kid is literally live right now to 6 people, so I am super excited.
Are you making fun of 6 people, Morgs? Are you claiming that, Morgs, are you...
So I'm about to donate and say, let's play rock, paper, scissors. If he wins, I'll donate 100.
How are you going to play rock, paper, scissors?
Here we go, bro. I'm doing scissors, bro. I'm doing scissors.
All right, I'll say rock.
Oh, no fucking way! No fucking way!
He did it!
Yo!
Let's go!
No way! Oh my god! The real Morgs. I don't know who you are, but thank you so much.
He doesn't know who he is.
Guess what? We're only gonna donate more and more and more and more until my bank account is empty. So let's go. Next person. His biggest ever donation, as you can see, is £120. So if he picks over 12, then he's got a new highest donation ever. Let's go.
The real Morgs. Pick a number from 1 to 25. 16.
Oh!
But hey, real Morgs, question mark? I just checked in the real one.
Oh wait, yo, he doesn't think it's the real me. Well...
Bro, here's the problem with these videos. Like, Morgs is giving these kids $250. Number one, I don't think Morgs is going to give... I don't know. There's still 12 minutes left in this video. I don't think he's going to give away 10K. I think he just put that as the thumbnail because right now he's giving away fucking $350. But what I will say is that even though Morgs is giving away a lot of money, these videos have essentially these videos where it's like donating a lot of money to Twitch streamers or some shit. What I'm saying is, like, these videos have essentially gone obsolete because there's a few YouTubers like fucking Mr. Beast or people that get large sponsors and shit where they'll give away like 50 grand. Like, Mr. Beast has done these videos where he's giving like 10K a dono. And so, like, when someone beats out a category, that category is like obsolete. So these videos have essentially like diminished on YouTube just for the soul. And I understand this was in May, but Mr. Beast did his video a while ago. These videos have gone obsolete for the fact that, like, you can't just keep you being a new YouTuber but doing the same I'm giving away 10K. Like, it's the same video. Whoever the fuck just put £1 is $300 US, you're a fucking idiot. I'm actually going to lose my mind. I'm actually going to lose my mind. £1 to USD. It's like 1.3. 1.38.
Okay, so guys, this next donation is going to be a little bit different. As you can see, I found someone streaming themselves in the gym.
They're not going to hear your dono, bro. People that stream it
equals $10.
Oh, you're about to get your fucking account drained, dude. That dude looks like he could fucking crank out push-ups.
I found someone.
That dude could probably crank out 100. Oh, his legs are lacking. His arms are fucking massive, though.
Streaming themselves in the
100
gym.
push-ups?
It's only giving me one idea. One push-up equals $10.
You better be giving him $1,000 bucks.
How many
Come on.
Push-up equals $10. You're not going to donate $10 per push-up. There's absolutely no way you're going to do that.
You don't know me, bro. You don't know me.
I will do some push-ups for you, regardless.
Let's see how much this guy can do.
Target would be anywhere from 40 to 50 at least.
Oh, come on, bro.
No!
No! No! I feel like that's not even that, like, high of a number.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I feel like Morgs is literally a millionaire, like, panicking. I feel like he just has to hype it up. Like, this is not a substantial amount of money for Morgs. I know this man fucking rakes in money. Oh, wow. I mean, it's actually... Wait. Does Morgs not post as much as he used to? Oh, he does not post as much as he used to. Oh, man. Dude, this dude hasn't posted at all. I post more than Morgs now. What happened?
9, 15,
I don't know why he's so suppressed.
17,
Or
18.
not suppressed, impressed. What the fuck?
God. Oh my god.
Morgs realizing he's made a mistake.
Oh my god, no. No. 48. He's still going. What? Oh my god, it looks like he's getting tired. I thought
Who the fuck said this man was... Everybody told me Morgs was self-aware and reformed. He is screeching right now.
69 push-ups! This guy has only ever had 3 donations, and he's about to get a $690 donation. A deal's a deal. Enjoy the money. There it is, boys.
For real Morgs, man, why would you do that?
I don't know.
Yo, thank you so much, man. There's no way you did that, man.
I did it, bro. I came through.
I love you, bro. Thank you so much.
How is he not freaking out? Dude, if you're a streamer that has like 5 viewers and somebody gives you $690, yo, thank you so much, man. I'd be like...
If you win this game, I'll donate $250.
Yeah, but see, bro, didn't Mr. Beast do that for like 50 grand for Ninja or some shit? Like, didn't he give Ninja like 50 grand or something like that? Like, he gave a lot of fucking money?
Come on, bro. Let's go.
with that.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah, crack him.
With that chat. There was no way we're winning.
You better give him money. You better give him money for trying, bro. That's fucked up if he gives him nothing. He's got to at least give him like $100.
No, bro. He may not have got the win, but I feel like we can't leave without at least giving him something. So let's just drop a cheeky $100.
Okay, I thought he was going to say like a cheeky 10. A cheeky $10 bill. A cheeky £10.
Nothing too
I'd be like,
crazy.
that's fucked up.
Will actually believe
You know, I would have to keep it real with him, bro. Like, if Morgs popped in my chat, you can't tell me. You can't tell me, bro. Like, that'd be like fucking goddamn, like, Lele Pons popping into my chat. And me being like, I loved your vines. Like, you can't lie, bro. Like, his videos have gotten better, bro. I could not just be like, oh, yeah, I used to watch you all the time.
Heads or tails, if you guess it correct, I'll donate 200. Heads.
Okay, boys and girls, I've got my coin right here. Let's flip it. Come on, I hope it's heads. Come on.
That was not a coin flip. That was not a coin flip.
Heads. Come on. Yes, it's heads. Let's go. Here we go. $200. There we go. Donated.
Wait. What is happening? Is this real?
How do they get by? My bank would call me. Dude, my bank calls me if I spend more than like $100. Like, how is this, like, how are they not, how is this bank not being like, yo, What the fuck?
Whoa! The Real Morgs donated $12.12. Wowie zowie. If you smash an egg on your head, I will donate $200. Let me tell you right now, I'm pretty tempted.
Yo, he's tempted.
I would not want my efforts of smashing an egg on my head to fall into the trap of an elaborate scheme laid by a Twitch viewer.
I'll donate 100 now, so you know it's not a scam. Then you smash, then I'll donate the other 100. Deal. He's going. Oh my God, he's going to the fridge. Has he even got an egg? What if he doesn't have an egg? Oh!
Who doesn't have eggs? That is a one damn thing you could almost guarantee someone has in their house. Out of everything. Condiments, eggs, and milk. Everyone has that.
Here we go.
2, 1.
Oh! Oh!
Well, there you go.
The way you just said.
I would do that. I would do that for like $10.
This
Don't
guy's
say
so-
bet. Don't say bet. Don't say bet. Don't say bet. Oh, don't say bet. Oh, don't say bet. Oh, don't say bet. Nah, don't say bet. Nah, don't say bet. Don't say bet. Should I go get the egg? I'll go get the egg. Oh, and then it's gonna get on my headset, bro. Okay, ready? I've done this a million times. Ew, bro. Ew, it's slimy. That's what I'm saying. I'll do that shit for fucking nothing, dude. I don't even need the $10. It hasn't changed. That's one thing that I'll say, and now I'm gonna have my headset and it's gonna have egg all over it. Like, I make money on social media now, but like, I'm still the same way I was before that. Like, bro, if I would do something for $20 like 2 years ago, I'll do something for $20 now. $20 is $20 fucking dollars, dude. I'd fucking smash fucking a million eggs for like motherfuckers that act like oh when you have money $20 isn't meaningful anymore. Like, no. You could buy a Valorant, you could buy a Fortnite skin for $20. Yeah, that $10 goes right to my Valorant skins. I'm done with this shit, bro. Number one, I just don't want to keep watching fucking donos. Fucking guess the emoji, win $1,000 challenge. Morgs.
Yo guys, it's Morgs, and today.
What is this low quality sound? Doesn't it sound like there's no mic, like he's screaming?
What? You never said a punishment.
No, Morgs, you never said a punishment. You're fucking Morgs' mom. You're in every one of his goddamn videos. You're telling me you do not know what's going on in his videos anymore. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Oh no. I don't know. No way you know, and I don't. Hang on a minute.
Oh, I actually can't watch this. I actually can't watch this video. Bro, you gotta fix the fucking, I literally have egg in my fucking hair. I swear to God, this is pissing me off. You gotta fix the fucking quality. What's up, guys? We're gonna be doing, an iron challenge today. I spent 24 hours in the world's smallest hotel.
In reality, this is the world's smallest hotel room. If you can even call it a hotel room, look at it. The hotel is called a capsule hotel, and it's the first one in the entire UK. Sleeping a few feet across from a complete stranger is not something I've really ever wanted to do, but too late to—
That's what you do in hotel rooms anyway, bro. What are you expecting? The room is too small? You feel like in a cage. No space to walk, to change, or put your clothes. Not even a chair. The room smelled as you are concentrated in tiny spaces. I'll not be back for sure. Bathrooms are dirty as hell. Bro, you're going to like a $10 capsule hotel. You shouldn't expect much out of that.
I thought I couldn't get any more nervous, but now I'm fully—
Why are you nervous? Like you're not staying in like in a fucking prison. This isn't like, hey guys, Morgs here. We're staying in the penitentiary. My cellmate's gonna be a serial killer tonight. I'm kind of scared. Like then, yeah, I would be, a little nervous. But there's no damn way he spends 24 hours because you only sleep in capsule hotels. That's facts. You're not fucking staying there for 24 hours. You're gonna sit in a room for 24 hours.
So she's gonna think we're staying in the Shard, which is the tallest hotel in the country. But in reality, we're staying in the smallest hotel in the country. This is genuinely one of the first real pranks I've ever done on Tamsin. So I am gassed.
I don't understand why he's like she could just leave if she wanted to. She met him there, right? And so she's like thinking that they're gonna go to a nice hotel room. If he says, hey, we're not going to a nice hotel room, she could just fucking get back in her car and leave.
Okay, Tamsin, so we're outside of the Shard where, as you've already guessed,
That's
we're gonna be
fucking
staying.
huge, bro. That's actually a cool-ass hotel.
And so we're outside of the Shard where...
Damn!
But the surprise is, we're going to be staying on the £10,000 a night penthouse.
No, Morgan, you're lying.
No, I actually swear down we're not.
Oh my f***ing god.
Are you excited?
What? Are you being for real?
No, I'm actually serious.
You actually, that's so much money.
Oh my god, you're actually gonna cry?
Because it's so much money.
Oh, wait,
That's fucked up. Yeah, no, that's fucked up to tell your
joking.
girlfriend
Hey,
that.
I was gonna say, don't pay out.
No, I really am joking. We're not even staying in the Shard. Do you remember a little while ago I texted you about
That's
a Capsule
fucked up, bro.
Hotel in London?
Oh no, you're joking.
That is genuinely, I swear
I'm not
down.
sleeping there. I'm going home.
No, you can't leave me to do this by myself. At least come with me to check it out.
See, that's what I'm saying she could have done. Yeah, I'm gonna go home. Exactly. The egg's making my fucking hair stand up. It's not that bad. Staying in a room with a bunch of random people, you're acting like you're sleeping in the same bed as them. You're just next to them.
Without any further ado, guys, let's get in there. Let's do this. Oh my god. Come on, you go first.
She's gonna cry? It's just a capsule!
What have we got ourselves into here?
Bro, they're acting like they're like walking around in like a haunted prison or some shit. Like you're just sleeping in a capsule hotel. That's just like something tourists would do.
I've got my own light switch and I can even change the colour. I can literally make it any colour I want.
Oh wow, it's not that bad! I just feel like this isn't that bad. I've stayed in much shittier places. Bro, they're acting like they're acting like they're not people. Like the people that stay at capsule hotels are like murderers. Someone walked out. They flipped the camera and it's just a normal woman that like walking out. A regular woman walking out. I just feel like this isn't a good video because it's not like it's just there's nothing you can do. Like you can make a video like, oh, here's what a capsule hotel looks like, but like a challenge of staying in a capsule hotel is literally just you sitting there. It's not like Mr. Beast like, oh, he's he's fucking getting buried alive for fucking 48 hours where he has to piss in a bottle. This is just you staying at a small hotel and just filming how it's like, but making it into a challenge.
Oh no. Oh my gosh, guys, this is it. And round here, the toilets. Oh god, here we go.
Oh god.
Oh, okay. Doesn't look terrible, guys. Wait.
It's clean. Oh, there's toilet paper in the toilet. Flush the toilet. The hair will go down. Have you ever shit in a fucking airport bathroom, Morgs? You ever shit in an airport bathroom? Where it smells like fucking diarrhea? And it's hot? You ever shit in an airport bathroom? Maybe a bus? You ever been on a bus that has a bathroom? You ever been in one of those? A porta patty? Patty, not porta patty. Porta potty? Fuck.
No.
Somebody's actually, are you guys, who the fuck? Somebody just said, oh my god, I would be so scared. Scared? I'd be chilling, bro. I would shower in that, no question. I would look at that, say, yeah, that's dirty. I don't care. And then I would still shower.
Oh my god, that is freezing. Jesus. Oh. Guys, I genuinely would have rather gone and swam in a pond than this shower. It literally...
This is the most over-exaggerated shit I've ever seen, bro.
It keeps going hot and then cold over and over. I swear. Oh, it's gone cold again. Check this out. Directly under the hotel is a bar that literally has music blasting out.
Oh no! Oh no! This is literally just like a TripAdvisor video. This is like me, this is like me going on fucking Yelp and just seeing Morgs' review and then him fucking posting a link to a video about the goddamn hotel. This is literally just a capsule hotel review. I could easily sleep with that. I could easily sleep with that. Yo, bro, like you're in London. Like you're in London. It's the same thing. Like even if you say, like, to give an example, if you stay in New York, like say you go to a nice New York hotel, you're still gonna hear the city. Cause you're in New York City.
Oh my god, what
This, I have no words for this. This is genuinely so much worse than I was expecting.
That doesn't look bad. You're not sleeping on that. It's genuinely so much worse than I was expecting. What were you expecting? You paid $15 to stay at a fucking hotel.
Look at that. That is what I'm sleeping on.
No, it's not what you're sleeping on. It's the fucking foundation for what you're sleeping on. It's flooring.
Bro, can someone please tell me what that is? In fact, you know what? I thought the marks on
Bro,
the...
I just feel like this is just so extra. Like, it's not that bad. This is like bringing, like any of you have that, like, rich-ass friend that's, like, never, like, left their... Never stayed anywhere but their house? It'd be like that, like, you just bringing them anywhere. Oh, this is disgusting. No, it's not.
It is literally so noisy. Not only the music, but there is someone flipping on the phone out there at 1:15 a.m. in a...
Bro, I'm up screaming at fucking Valorant at 2 a.m. Yeah, I mean, granted, it's my house, but I would be up at fucking 1 a.m. Who cares, bro? And isn't he... Yeah, he's also talking at 1 a.m. right now.
No.
Bro, he's, like, pissed about it. Like, I don't think it would be that serious. Shave the armpits. Shave the armpits.
Into war. My bags have bags. Good morning, Tamsin. Do you think it's time to get out of...
It's big enough to fit both of them, so it can't be that small.
Alrighty, and let me know where you want me to stay next. And also, the new merch is out in a few weeks, guys.
Oh my god. Alright, now I have a poll. Now I have a poll. Now we have a poll.
In Final Jeopardy from second place is where things get difficult. 99% of the time, first place is going to make the standard cover bet, meaning the only way you can win is if first place gets final wrong. This is a really important principle to keep in mind. It means that going all in, or nearly going all in, is rarely a good move unless first has almost double what you do. There's a lot of math involved based on what proportion of first place's score you have, and we're not going to go into that right now. But I want to assure you that I definitely know and understand all of it, and the only reason we're not covering it is time constraints. It's actually easy for me, and I definitely understand it now. As for wagering from third place...
No, because that shit is complicated as fuck. Because if you're in third, second, or... If you're in third place, you just go all in. But if you're in second, you have to know what the first has. If you're in first, you have to know what second has. And then you have to bet based off what you think they're going to bet. And then still try and put yourself in a winning position even if you get it wrong.
I wasn't sure where else to put this, but you should probably practice quickly reading and understanding Jeopardy questions. It's an advantage to immediately figure out what a question is asking for, so you can spend the rest of the time remembering the answer and focusing on buzzing in. Typically, questions will use words like this or these to point you to what they're asking for, so look at lots of questions and practice quickly parsing them. There is the matter of actually being selected to appear on the show. This is no easy thing to do, not least because...
Yeah, and they're always smart. I'm assuming there's some, like, prerequisite rounds, right? Like, do you have to win something before going on Jeopardy? Because there's never just, like, a straight-up dumbass on Jeopardy.
Because there's a huge element of randomness to it. Jeopardy allows you to take their online test, aptly named the Anytime Test, at any time. There's some mystery qualifying score that will pass the test for you. Nobody is sure of what that score is, but whatever it is, it must be higher than what Emma Stone keeps getting. If you pass the test, you can be randomly selected.
Wait, did she say she applies
higher than the percentage of qualifying people through, and it's random, so don't be discouraged if you have to take the test multiple times. I did. My appearance on the show was a result of an increasingly rare in-person audition. I think most of these are done over Zoom now, and the next step is an audition where they do a more proctored online test with you, just to make sure you didn't blatantly cheat on the first one. If you pass the mystery qualifying threshold on that test, you can be selected for the final audition, where they simulate gameplay with...
Oh my god, dude, that sucks. Imagine getting through like 3 rounds of auditions and then not making it.
...with you and do a brief interview.
Or imagine getting through 3 rounds of auditions, making it, and then ending the game with negative $6,000.
The purpose of this final audition is not to see if you're the greatest Jeopardy player who's ever lived. It is to make sure that you won't look like a psycho on television. I did a couple of auditions, and I saw a number of people, okay, let's be honest, they were all men, come in trying to prove they were the smartest guy in the room. This audition is not for that. You have already passed
Oh my God, so if you come in cocky, they just won't let you in?
both tests, so they know you're reasonably smart. Just seem friendly and approachable, and that will go a long way.
Wow. So if they don't like your personality, you could be better than everybody else on the show and it doesn't matter.
Do not try to crush your opponents in the simulated game. For one thing, the people running the audition choose who wins on the buzzer, so you can't crush your opponents. Assuming you're selected to appear on the show, you'll go to the studio and tape. If you can, try and get a good night's sleep the night before. Just know that when your time comes, the taping will literally fly by and it will be over before you know it. So try and enjoy it.
I mean, it's only like a half hour, right?
You're on Jeopardy! That's pretty fucking cool. If you win, be ready to play again almost immediately. They tape 5 episodes of Jeopardy in a day, and the mental strain of that much—
Wait, what? So if you, that makes sense. So they're not just like spending a half hour each day on a set. So when he won, he played 5 games in a row.
Jeopardy is something you should also prepare for.
And then they just make him change shirts?
Watch multiple episodes in a row, or play multiple games of J-Archive in a row. Be sure to change your shirt in between games for the full experience.
Wow, so it makes it seem like it's a different day. You literally finish, and then 10 minutes later, you're on the next day's episode. Damn, so even the longest running winners are only on Jeopardy for like a week in like real time.
This barely scratches the surface of how to prepare for Jeopardy, because the boring answer is to just be an intellectually curious information sponge that retains just a little about everything. There are a lot of great resources that I haven't mentioned, which I'll include in the description below. Also, I guess I should tell you to like this video and subscribe in case I ever decide to do this again.
Yeah, dude, fucking love this guy. Isaac Hirsch, goat of Jeopardy. When I was 13, my parents took me to opera for my birthday, hated it, didn't know to tell them. Spent a fair amount of money on the tickets, so I had a great time for the next 4 years. We went to opera for my birthday. I'm always cleaning up on opera questions when I'm watching with my friends now. Dude, I don't think I've ever seen a 30-second snippet of an opera.
More than anything, I encourage you to take the Anytime test if you're the least bit interested. It was a great experience for me. I met some wonderful people, played some fun games, and
Should we take the Anytime test? Dude, I'd fail that. How long would that test be? Anytime test Jeopardy. I just want to see the... Dude, you're probably going to have to fill a bunch of shit. Yeah, I'm not taking this right now. Maybe one day. All right, I got to piss real quick, then we're hopping to the next video. Yell me down! Why Gen Z culture is basically medieval China.
The other day I was thinking about it and I realized, you know who these dang Gen Zers remind me of? The Song Dynasty from medieval China.
Oh, totally. Oh my God. Yeah, I totally agree.
Else been feeling this way lately? No, it's just me? Well, let me explain what I mean. There's all this new data to suggest that younger people these days want to spend their money on experience.
Roughly 60% of millennials and Gen Z would rather spend money on life experiences like traveling and concerts than save for retirement. Are they making a big mistake? I think there needs to be a middle ground. I think that older generations like boomers did nothing fun and just saved money like under their mattress type shit and invested to a point where they retired with money but literally never left their home state. And so they didn't experience anything, right? They died with a nice car and a nice house, but they'd never been to Europe, Canada, South America, Asia, Australia, Africa, anywhere. They had literally only stayed in 4 states and went on vacation to, you know, fucking Myrtle Beach or Florida twice, ever. So I think that's bad, but I think equally, you know, spending all of the money in your savings account on travel is probably also not smart. But I think that I would rather have what millennials and Gen Z are doing than what boomers are doing. The problem is that because of this, all experiences are becoming more expensive. That's why, like, Airbnbs are so lucrative if, like, you provide an experience, right? If your Airbnb is just kind of like a nice house, you're going to get a lot less people that rent it, comparable to if you have an arcade, a bowling alley in the basement, you're fucking 1 mile away destination-wise from a beach and bar scene. It's like, that's what fucking millennials and Gen Z would pay fucking $2,000 a night for. Like, there's actually Airbnbs and places that rent out like 3-4K a day. Like, you know, big fucking 15-person houses. just because, like, they provide an experience. Or it's the same thing with, like, millennial burger shops. It's like, I know that's a meme, but that's, like, an actual thing where these, like, big cities in, like, Miami, LA, New York and shit provide an experience for something, and the product they're serving you is on par with places that are 50% less in terms of price. But because you're in an area that's popular and they're providing some sort of experience, you have to pay more.
This is not physical items. I think it reflects this growing hunger for
Coachella, perfect example. Coachella has been ruined, and this is coming from an influencer that went to Coachella. Coachella was ruined by influencers. Coachella is ruined by the fame and popularity of the event, and it's gotten to a point where, like, number one, the city's already super expensive because it's in the middle of the desert, and therefore the actual concert itself is going to be fairly expensive. On top of that, the ticket prices are through the roof, and the actual food prices and what you're paying for experience-wise is so much. Like, to put it in perspective, just going to Iceland, and I went on a trip in Iceland and did everything I could in 7 days there, was like $6 grand, $8 grand for 2 people. 2 people to go to Coachella for 3 days on week 1 was like $10,000 in the US. Versus traveling to another country that's in, like, the middle of the Arctic for a week, which is already expensive. It's more expensive to go see fucking, you know, last year, not like Sabrina Carpenter this year, but like last year, go see like Lady Gaga for one night. Like, it's more.
experiences, not physical items. I think it reflects
You're a millionaire. Tim Tam, you spelled millionaire, number 1. And number 2, that has no relevancy to what I'm saying. My friends and I constantly send each other money on Cash App for varying things. And I always have an amount of money that's sitting in there that I wish I could spend at a store, but I don't want to have to transfer it out of Cash App into a bank so that I could use it on a card in a place of business. And that is where the Cash App debit card comes into play. The customizable Cash App debit card can be customized to your individual creative needs. If you want it to glow in the dark, you can have it glow in the dark. And it also provides exclusive discounts on things that you're probably getting every day. Coffee, food delivery, video games, and more. And if you're also a fan of concerts, you can get exclusive pre-sale ticket access with the Cash App debit card to some of your favorite artists like Sabrina Carpenter, Kendrick Lamar, SZA, Drake, and more. There's also no hidden fees or minimum monthly balance requirements. You could also customize the card really easy on your app, ship it right to your door, and get to using it right away. And for a limited time only, new Cash App customers over the age of 18 can earn $10 if they use code CASH10 at profile at sign up and send $5 to a friend or more within the first 14 days. And if you're 13 to 17, request a parent or guardian sponsored account, use code CASH10 at profile at sign up, get $10 dropped into your account when you order and activate a Cash App card, and send $5 to a friend or more within the first 14 days. Terms apply. Thank you to Cash App for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into it.
This growing hunger for third spaces, and if you don't know what third spaces are, let me just quickly break it down for you. Basically, your 2 main spaces are home and work, and historically the third space was somewhere in the middle. Maybe it was the bar, or the guild hall, or the tea house. These have all but gone extinct recently or have become prohibitively expensive, and
Bro, I think we watched a video about like third places just ceasing to exist. Like, nobody, like, hangs out anywhere anymore.
Young people are feeling it. They want the third spaces back. This maybe feels like a very 21st century vibes-based phenomenon, but it's actually extremely Chinese. The Song Dynasty was the first era in history to have
we're literally medieval China. That's so lit.
What we would consider as a lifestyle culture, where the cities were actually designed for pleasure and snacking and nighttime entertainment, just like so many downtown areas are today.
You're Gen Z too, dickhead.
There was this 12th century writer named Meng Yuanlao who wrote this fascinating memoir called The Record of a Dream of Splendor at the Eastern Capital. It's one of these shocking works from the Middle Ages that I love reading because it seems like it was written by someone recently instead of someone 1,000 years ago. He writes this whole nostalgic
You're the oldest Gen Z. No, I'm not. I'm 2002. The oldest Gen Z is like 1996. Zeusi's Koshard, Chris is Gen Z and he's almost 30. I'm 24.
Reminiscence of the Song capital city, Kaifeng, and talks all about the 24-hour tea houses and the professional performers and storytellers and the specific.
Yo, lock in, chat. I'm learning about medieval China and you're yapping about how you think I'm an unk. Fuck.
Whole nostalgic reminiscence of the Song capital city, Kaifeng, and talks all about the
They respect your elders in medieval China. What's going on here?
24-hour tea houses and the professional performers and storytellers and the specific vibes of the different districts. There's this one section where he talks about restaurant culture. I'll just quote the full thing here and you tell me if this sounds familiar. When the guests arrive, a single person holding chopsticks and a menu questions all of the seated guests. The men of the capital are extravagant and they demand 100 different things. Some hot, some cold, some warm, some regular, some extremely cold, and things like noodles laced with lean and fatty meat. Everyone orders something different. The waiter takes the orders and draws near a counter where he stands in line and recites the orders off from the start. I don't know, this to me...
Yeah, this sounds like you're getting like hibachi today at like a new age like twist, or I'm at like a Korean fusion restaurant.
Literally sounds like a night out in 2026. I'm positive this isn't what you would picture in your head when you hear the word medieval. Also, just to give you a historical timeline here, this is basically China on the eve of the eventual Mongol invasion, and it's a time...
Oh, totally, yeah, the Song dynasty following up after the Tang dynasty and right before the Yuan dynasty. Yep, know this one.
Mongol invasion, and it's a time and a place where consumerism is starting to flourish and it's becoming a core identity for younger people. Bringing it back to Gen Z, I've noticed that there's this big obsession with what I would...
But there's like, I love the idea of Gen Z and millennials getting back into like the third place mentality and living for experiences. But there's people that take it too far and they become like Ryan from The Office, where they're performative rather than actually wanting to experience that. Like there's a wide range of people that are in our generation that do things because they think it's what they should be doing rather than actually what they want to do. Like people that, okay, it's gonna upset some people. If you're somebody that drinks matcha every day, there's people that actually enjoy that, and then there's people that actually just drink matcha because they think that it's cool to drink matcha. Like, it's like a performative males. Specifically
called curated living. I don't know, maybe I'm not describing it accurately, but it is super vibes based, like life is one big Pinterest board. Think of terms like cozy game.
Do people that are obsessed with Dubai chocolate and think that there are things that are flavored Dubai. Dubai is a place, not a flavor.
Games or the aesthetics of going on a walk around the city with an iced matcha. It's this sort of return to the Song dynasty scholar, gentleman, urban ideal.
My Dubai water.
Your status isn't just about money, although that'll obviously always be important. It's about your taste. Back then, it was about your taste in tea and incense and interior design. Now it's more so about your taste in underground music and niche TikTokers.
Wow. Yo, that's facts. To a degree, because being mainstream is like so lame. Yeah, like that's why, bro, there's people that don't watch me anymore because I'm too mainstream now. I'm so serious. There are people that liked when I was smaller, and that because I've gotten bigger, they think it's lame to watch me now. Like, that's a thing. It's the same thing with music. Like, yo, if somebody goes, my favorite artists are, and then they rattle off the most, like, they go, The Weeknd, Post Malone, Drake, and fucking, I don't know, who's like a Blake Shelton. You're gonna go, ugh, really? That's your top 5? Like, it's fine to have a main, I feel like the way that people perceive it, it's like, top 5, you should have like 2 mainstream people and then like 3 people that you just like. Other than being like, yo, Maroon 5, Imagine Dragons, Lady Gaga, LMFAO, and fucking Kendrick Lamar. I'd be like, ugh. Whoa. Taylor Swift? Well, Taylor Swift is just like extremely mainstream. Yo, on the topic of niche TikTokers, where you said who your personality is based off that, chat, what y'all know about Gary? What y'all know about Gary from Food Giant? I watch this guy every day.
Food Giant in Hueytown, specials up, prices down.
Here's Barry!
Good morning, TikTok.
Food Giant in Hueytown, specials up, prices down. Oop, 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 honey. And I know what he's going to say. He goes, good morning, Food Giant shoppers. Good morning to America, and good morning to the world. And he films these at like 4 a.m. They get like 200 likes. I watch them every day. If this is a Food Giant in Alabama.
Good morning, TikTok. Good morning, America, and good morning to the world. All right, y'all listen up real quick for me, please. We've got a limited promo on the merch site starting now through Saturday. When you order 2 hoods.
See, I'm not caring about the merch, Gary. Yo, he he acting like he's playing that shit. Look at him. Hit that spin on it. 2, 3. Yup. There we go. There's Barry.
Good morning, TikTok. Good morning, American. Good morning.
Wait, where? Are you doing a fundraiser? He does an intro for
Good
all
morning,
his
Food
videos.
Giant
Oh, here it
Shoppers.
is.
Good morning, American. Good morning to the
Oh, we got a deal on that Brian thick cut bacon. What we got here, Gary?
world. This morning on our Hot Buy ad sale, we have the Brian's Bacon for only $2.99 for a 12-ounce package. That's a savings of $3 a package. And then I got to thinking, go buy you a loaf of bread, get you a head of lettuce, which we have on sale for $1.49 a head. We have these beautiful tomatoes.
Yes, big mater.
Only $1.89 a pound. You could have several sandwiches for less than $10. So get on out to Food Giant today where you can make you a bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich. As always, have a wonderful day, and most importantly, God bless.
Oh my God, I love him. He makes me so happy, bro. And it's always like, dude, you wake up. He's like Good Mythical Morning, bro. You pop up on TikTok. Yo, if you start liking his videos, he'll show up on your For You page at like 8 a.m. And he'll have posted that shit at 4. He's like up bright and early just filming videos in a fucking Food Giant. Anyways, that's my niche TikToker.
Youth don't want to be told what's cool anymore by commercials and MTV with big corporations calling the shots. They want to create their own experiences. They want to get medieval Chinese again. Also semi-relatedly, there's been a big surge in traditional Chinese medicine trends among Westerners on TikTok recently. You see it everywhere. A number of Chinese American influencers have been sort of introducing these ancient concepts like Qigong.
Yeah, they're Chinese maxing. That's a big thing for 2026. It's on a lot of people's vision boards.
Chinese American influencers have been sort of introducing these ancient concepts like Qigong practice or drinking hot water instead of cold.
It's on Koshards. Chinese maxing.
Cold water, and the internet has been going crazy for it. So maybe medieval China is making a comeback.
Yo, Ludwig. Yeah, literally Ludwig. What is Ludwig doing? What is Ludwig doing in the last month? Chinese maxing.
Back in more ways than one. We won't just focus on the Song Dynasty here. There's more to China in the Middle Ages than just that one period.
On stream the other day, he was learning Mandarin.
But I do have a few more song boxes I want to check before we continue.
Before we do that, just a quick plug. If you like
smoking cigarettes on a corner,
my content, which of course you do, you should definitely join my
getting specific. Well, okay, well, you shouldn't smoke cigarettes.
Patreon.
There's one TikToker I watched that's what he's been doing this year.
Link in the description. You'll get access to the.
Oh my God, what is that guy's name? He has a rat tail. He posts like once every 6 months. And he goes, love, love. Somebody knows. Somebody knows in chat. What's his name? What's his name? Somebody tell me. Chat is super good at this. We have enough people that somebody gets it. He goes, love, not Dr. Poop. What is Dr. Poop, bro? That's too niche. It's not too niche. You know him. If I pulled up a video of him, he has tattoos everywhere. He lives in New York. He's a New York guy. He's Italian. And he smokes cigarettes. Not Mamdani. No. Or Jay Schlatt. Bro, he's a TikToker. And he's Italian. Italian TikToker Chinese maxing. It would come up. Trust me. No, it's not showing up. There's a video, though, why everybody online's becoming Chinese. Bro, what is his name, bruh? This is going to bother me. It's not Leo Skeppy. Or Cumtism, bro. Cumtism is not an Italian New Yorker. Kevin G. Chat, you guys are just saying names now. I know somebody probably typed it too, and it's just getting crowded by Will Mahoney. Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Real Alyssa. Goat. Hold up. I got to find his mood board.
Guys, what is up? My name is Will Mahoney, and it is 2026. Your 2025 might have been a trash pile of shit and sucked, but this year's going to be legendary. Check this out. We got the vision board going. Cortisol levels, #1 priority. Cortisol levels at an all-time low. That's the stress hormone. What does that mean? That means if somebody is trying to cause you stress or situation, simply exit the situation. For example, homeless person on the street. No. Excuse me. You're spiking my cortisols, and I'm going to leave. Bye. Yeah, thank you. Love you. Bye. We got beautiful women at baseball games and sporting events in general. Poor person is breaking into a car right now that's spiking my cortisol. Please silence on set. Okay, good job. Beautiful woman at baseball games. She's wearing an LA Dodgers cap. Personally, I'm a Yankees fan, so I'll make a joke. Low cortisol joke. Now, come on, babe, put on a Yankees hat for me. And she'll say, Maybe tonight I will. Woo! We're not nonchalant. What does that mean? We're extremely chalant. What does that mean? We're excited about things and we're open about our excitement. Being nonchalant would be this. Yeah, no, I'm actually on the list for this. Yo, no one gives a fuck, bro. You're almost 30, okay? We're gonna be chalant and we're gonna be excited about things. Chinese maxing. We're Chinese maxing all year. What does that mean? Sitting in a circle.
Chinese maxing.
With your homies, smoking cigarettes and just talking about bullshit. Who cares? We're just talking, enjoying our friends' company. Cigarettes with weird fucking words we don't understand, okay? Very important one here. We're extremely generous this year. No stinginess. Stinginess is a high cortisol activity. What resources do I have and how can I keep them forever and ever? Low cortisol activity. You know what you're working on? You deserve it. Fuck it. Here's 20 bucks. Fuck it. 20% tip, try 40, okay? Take any of these 3 images together, you get a vibe. Ready? I'm closing a deal while I'm smoking a cigarette, then I'm going on a date with my hot black girlfriend. Or I'm drinking Guinnesses with my Chinese friends, sitting around doing nothing, and I'm gonna tip the waiter generously. Okay, this is basically, come on, I'm trying to build a vision here. Do you get it? We're counting foreign currencies, but not just foreign currencies, one that we don't really know the exchange rate of because we just got there a couple of days ago. You go, wait, how much USD is it? Once you know the USD transfer rate, that means you've been in the place too long, okay? Let's break it down. This is what we're going for. Luxury, optimism, vibes, and energy. Short for love. Anyway, guys, have a beautiful year. It's going to be legendary, epic, awesome, sexual, and handsome. And
Yo, bro, his videos, whenever they show up, I'm like, this is the funniest thing ever.
Maybe you've heard of the modern phenomenon of looks maxing, or maybe you aren't chronically online and have no idea what I'm talking about. Basically, looks maxing is
bone smashing.
The new version of the age-old concept of getting hot, although it goes way beyond diet and exercise and a little Botox. Young people, I would say especially young men, are exploring all of these scientific avenues to try and improve their looks. The most medieval-seeming looks maxing method is called bone smashing, and it's been promoted over and over again by probably the most famous—
Don't tell me they were bone smashing in medieval China. Is clavicular like a reincarnation of a high-status medieval Chinese man?
Looks maxer, a 19-year-old streamer named Clavicular. Looks maxer, bone smashing, clavicular. I understand this all might sound ridiculous to you, but stick with me because it's interesting. Also, don't you want to understand the youth? Anyway, the way Clavicular describes it, bone smashing is when you take a tiny hammer and tap hard along your cheekbones and your jawbone. It causes a temporary swelling that lasts for a few hours and makes those bones look more defined. So it's something you might do just before a night out so you can look more masculine to any ladies you meet. Maybe at this point this isn't a crazy revelation, but
it's not even permanent.
Turns out young guys in medieval China had the same insecurities that modern men do, and they even went about similar—
A lot of sub threes in medieval China. You're telling me that needed a bone smash to lux max.
Methods of soothing their anxieties.
Okay.
During the Song Dynasty period, there was this really interesting tension between the Wen class, who were the more literary, refined scholars, and
sub 5 talking. Shut up.
Wu class.
I got rated mid-tier normie.
Who were the more martial and physical.
I'm a 5.
Warrior caste. Depending on which group you belong to, you'd basically looks max to make sure your outward appearance matched what you represented. So that meant young men who were part of the scholarly class went to these extreme lengths to—
Dude, Joe with Greek curls, dude. Oh my god, he could be like high-tier normie.
Achieve this sort of refined—
What is he gonna go back to that?
Pale physical aesthetic with slender features to essentially highlight the fact that they never had—
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, I messaged Jinxie the other day. Oh my god. I messaged Jinxie the other day. Jinxie, when he was in the UK, bro, he looked, oh my god, yo, hot. I'll say he was mogging when he had that quarter zip on, bro. You know what I'm talking about. If you're chronically online, hold up, I gotta pull up the video, bro. Jinxie mogging. It shows up immediately. Tell me Jinxie is not mogging right now. What are you talking about? What do you mean, what am I talking about, bro? He has like a perfect head shape. Like, my head is so much more bulbous. Dude, imagine if Jinxie gained like 30 pounds in muscle. Wow. GQ model, literally.
had to work with their hands. They'd even use specific diets and cosmetic aspects of traditional
Search Digimog. I'm not searching Digimog.
Chinese medicine to maintain.
I'm gonna search Digimog. Hold up. Digimog.
What's up, guys?
This is a YouTube video of him watching Digimog TikToks. Wow.
In this look that would instantly signal to every
Joe Simping, I messaged Jinxie that at like dude, it had to be like 3 in the morning. I saw the TikTok. Where is it? I said, bro, you're mogging, you look great. Oh, that's so cringe.
One that they were part of the intelligentsia. Those in the military class, basically who we would consider to be the modern day Chads, focused primarily on bone strength. I don't know, maybe that sounds familiar to you. It wasn't just about muscle, although of course they made sure they were in great shape. It was about the chi energy within and physical density. You wanted to look like a brick wall. That was
now pin the schedule.
Kind of the physique they were shooting for. It's important to note, of course, that they weren't hitting themselves in the face with hammers like modern looks maxers. Their routine usually included things like hitting sandbags or poles to increase their bone density. There was a
hitting sandbags or poles with their body, like kicking a metal pole or something?
20th century French scholar named Jacques Journet who specialized in Chinese history, and he talked a lot about
negative cancel tilt.
How these
I'm kidding.
Aspects of appearance became kind of a coded language of your class. In the incredibly hierarchical society of medieval China, if you didn't have the specific look, you were culturally invisible. It seems like a lot of young men, and young women too, feel this way today. If you just look up the term looks maxing on YouTube or TikTok, the insecurity is overwhelming, but it's understandable. We were all vulnerable teenagers once too. But you see these guys giving each other ratings on a scale of 1 to 10 and recommending which specific steroids or looks maxing techniques to try so they
Yo, I saw a post on Twitter the other day of somebody talking about the peptides and substances they're taking to gain ELO in CSGO. And they said that they were like 6K ELO and they started taking like a slew of drugs and reached 10K. And I was like, wow, this has to be a joke because 10K is not that good. And I'm not rated in CS yet. I still have to play my ranks, but I'm like, I'm not taking drugs to hit 10K. And then in the thread, it was people genuinely having serious conversations about like what hardcore drugs they were taking to climb in CS. And I was like, yo, there was one dude talking about him like low dosing meth to fucking climb. I'm like, that's the average person I'm playing with in a CS lobby. Like, the average person that I'm in a CS lobby with is like microdosing methamphetamine so they could fucking climb. That's crazy. Like, I'm not saying, you know, there's any world where you should take drugs to climb in a video game rank, but you taking drugs to hit 10K ELO is like me saying I took meth so I could climb to fucking diamond in Rocket League. Like maybe you saying SSL and I'd be like, oh, wow, you know, that's kind of crazy. But you're like D-Gen taking drugs to hit like mid ranks on Premier.
And bring their flagging features up to speed. This includes peptides, which as far as I understand are these amino.
What the fuck are peptides? I actually don't understand what peptides are. I'm not even gonna lie. And I've taken like psychopharmacology classes and all this other shit. Like, I don't understand what peptides are.
Acid-based performance enhancers and the use of GLP-1s.
Just amino acids, but they're for everything.
Like Ozempic, which I feel like people associate with an older audience, but there seemed to be a shocking amount of young people taking them. The medieval Chinese were actually big on this kind of thing too. They were obsessed with elixirs made from rare minerals and herbs that were designed to lighten the body and extend life. A lot of
eat a fucking tapeworm. Let that grow in your intestines for 2 months.
These were incredibly dangerous and even included mercury, and I'm sure in the next 10 years or so, there will be a bunch of studies showing the horrific side effects of looks maxing and peptide.
Oh my God, yeah, dude. You remember when they used to have women's makeup had lead in it, and so they would put the makeup on, and over time it would make their face look worse and worse. So they would put more and more of the makeup on until it literally killed them.
The idea behind this medieval Chinese looks maxing was essentially the same as the idea behind the modern version, using some kind of external chemistry or method to hack your biological limits and achieve this sort of superior physical state. The Chinese were
Killdozer uses peptides. Killdozer looks like an actual god.
Wrote a lot of things down, and thankfully a lot of them have survived over the centuries. Like the 7th century physician Sun Simao's essential formulas worth 1,000 gold pieces. It was basically this manual for longevity and physical refinement.
Editor, throw up a picture of Killdozer.
And if you're familiar with the European concept of balance,
Whoa!
Simao describes the body as this chemical system that can be balanced or enhanced with specific substances. This idea went even further with the medieval Chinese concept of Naidan, or internal alchemy, which taught that the body was composed of 3 main ingredients, qi, jing, and shen, that could be forged into a golden cinder if you were locked in enough on your physical discipline. Locked in is a good term to use here because this sounds just like the trend of locking in that has been popular with Gen Z for at least 5 years now. If you're not familiar, it just means cutting off outside distractions and focusing intently on some kind of personal goal. So maybe getting your side hustle off the ground or working out more regularly or whatever. It's become sort of a cult online, especially among the
Yo, can I say I hate the word entrepreneur? Because I feel like so many people claim to be entrepreneurs when they just sell, like, they have like an affiliate link for like Celsius. I'm like, bro, like entrepreneur, you could say you're an entrepreneur if you're on fucking Shark Tank. Like it's become a buzzword. It holds no meaning anymore. Like saying you're an entrepreneur, you could literally be a guy that's just like into crypto and never made any money from it. Yeah, I'm kind of an entrepreneur. I create a lot of coins. I'm just kind of paving a new path in this space, you know? And at some point, people are just going to be, I'm kind of early to the train, you know?
gym community, and based on what you see from these fitness influencers, it's like your pump and your physique are proof of an internal moral victory. Like a victory of the will over the lazy
Bro goes to the bins in Goodwill and then sells the clothes on Depop. You're not an entrepreneur.
laziness of your base body. A medieval Naidan practitioner literally thought the same exact way. They knew that their physical health and their outward radiance was proof that they had successfully cultivated their soul in a way that others couldn't or hadn't. Young people seem way more into fitness now than they did even 10 years ago. I'm not sure if that's a COVID thing, but I love to
no, that is so true. I think it's a mixture of COVID, but it's also becoming like a new standard. I think it's social media kind of skewing what the average person looks like. But it's like, I'm genuinely not trying to, I'm not glazing myself. I'm being real. My physique 60 years ago was like crazy. Like if you look, I have a very normal just gym physique now. Like most guys at the gym are probably my size or larger if they've like continuously worked out for years. But I'm saying if you look at like fitness magazines from like way back, the average guy that was like ripped just looked like a regular like athlete.
There seems to be a lot of conversation around the idea that your
I'm not
body
saying
is
me 60 years ago. I'm saying my physique.
the one status symbol you can't really buy.
Do you hit legs? Yes.
You can buy a Bugatti or a nice watch or whatever, but you can only achieve a truly amazing physique through countless hours in the gym, so it's really the most impressive thing you can have. There's also this quote from the video game Disco Elysium where a bouncer says to the main character, "Your body betrays your degeneracy," and that always sticks in my head when I don't want to go to the gym. I just felt like including that. I like tossing random tidbits into these videos.
Yeah, I think physically, like, outside of, like, monetary status, yeah, being in shape is usually perceived as good. I think another side thing is, like, if you have some sneaky talent, like, if you're able to just play the guitar or, like, the piano or some instrument really well, that, like, socially, like, ups. Like, I feel like not many, like, all the, it's very weird to me that, like, Clav and all these looks maxing guys so heavily focus on like the looks part of like attraction and what makes people like you versus like, yo, if you're able to like hit a crazy guitar riff, people fuck with you. You know what I mean? Like if you could fucking play, you know, a Metallica song on the guitar, people are like, yo, that's like badass. That's awesome. Like,
now, most of what I've been talking about so far has come
and it ups your personality
from the Song Dynasty, which lasted for a few centuries right smack dab in the middle of what we would consider the Middle Ages. But the Middle Ages lasted almost 1,000 years, so what about the rest of medieval China? You know what? I'm really glad you asked that. First of all, the Middle Ages happened differently in China than they did in Europe. Basically, even though there are quite a few Song Dynasty parallels, Gen Z is actually in more of a late Ming phase. That's right, I said it. In the earlier Tang Dynasty, which lasted from 618 to 907 AD, your identity was defined by your clan or your rank in the military, basically how people's identities have been defined for most of human history. You were a cog in the great chain of being, and the same thing was true in medieval Europe. You existed within a feudal system put in place by the divine mover. By the late Ming period, which went all the way into the 17th century, there was this rise in individualism that started to run so deep that it turned into the same kind of identity crises and obsession with labels that we see among Gen Z today. You see, Chinese society had reached a level of complexity to such a point that people started to define themselves by their personal quirks and not their family or job. So instead of saying, I am a soldier, a late Ming youngin might say, I'm a connoisseur of rare incense who suffers from melancholy. In a similar way,
oh my god, yo, we're literally reaching that now, bro. Holy.
You'd be hard pressed to meet a young person today who primarily identifies by their profession or their
Yeah, nobody, you usually intro that and then you immediately want to talk outside of it. I feel like it's usually frowned upon in today's society to be somebody that only cares about the profession. I will actually agree with that too. If somebody only is able to talk about their job, that's lame. Like, there's a lot of social media. I always talk about social media to other social media people, but the biggest sign that I fuck with somebody that I've met through social media that is an influencer is their capability and capacity to talk about things beyond social media. Like, if I can only talk to them about influencer shit, then we're very surface level friends. Like, other people that I've met and talked to, like Sneeg and Zeusy, I mean, Chris was already my IRL friend, or like, even like Jinxie, like, I'll just have conversations with him. Like, it's not just, hey, what do you think about this streaming idea or some shit? Same thing with a job. Like, if you meet somebody and they're a carpenter and all they can do is talk about work, it's like, I don't give a fuck, right? In any sense, it's like, let's have something that's shared ground that we both like. Because most people don't want to just talk about their jobs because your job doesn't define you. It does in some way, and I think there's a level of like lack of care entirely is like, whoa, like there is some attachment, you know? Like if your job is you're a fucking doctor, you know, that's a part of your goddamn life, similar to any job that you have. But it's like, it shouldn't be the only thing that matters to you.
Find me a 22-year-old who introduces themselves as Garrett the American Plumber, and I would genuinely be...
So is being unemployed the way? No, because then conversely, being unemployed is your personality. It's like, if you have a job, people that make their job their personality is lame. But when people have a job, they usually reach for other things that become their personality. Whereas being unemployed, it's like, oh, like unemployment is the personality.
Shocked. I'm sure Garrett will now show up in my comments to prove me wrong because that's how YouTube works. Instead, just like the Ming youth, young people now might identify as a neurodivergent creative with a hyperfixation on looks maxing. It's this obsession with self, and it can be dangerous because...
What would my call tag be, chat?
You stop viewing yourself as part of a wider community and start squeezing yourself into these ever smaller and more specific boxes. The late Ming period was a kind of renaissance that ultimately failed.
Autistic chud. Okay.
It was this explosion of individual expression and art and looks maxing and everything else, but it was cut short by the Manchu conquest in 1644. I honestly think we're going to see something similar with Gen Z in the coming years. They're in this period of extreme self-expression and pursuit of individual destiny right before a massive systemic reset comes. Maybe that's AI, maybe it's something else, only time will tell. Anyway, we just briefly stepped outside of the Middle Ages, so let's bring things back a few centuries for our next comparison. I want to go back to those Song Dynasty third spaces we talked about earlier. One of them was the Watsi, or the Pleasure Precinct, which sounds pretty good already. Basically, during the Song Dynasty, the government moved away from these strictly managed residential wards and allowed for the growth of pleasure precincts, or Watsi. If you've ever seen The Wire, this was kind of like the medieval Chinese equivalent of the Amsterdam experiment. The Watsi were these chaotic 24-hour zones where all the basic social rules were temporarily suspended, kind of like the medieval equivalent of the unregulated internet. Now, if you let a bunch of young men loose in an area with no rules, the first thing they'll be interested in is prostitution, but in the modern day,
Oh my God. Wait, no, literally, bro.
Already checked that
Like the red light district or some shit.
box with online adult content and gooning. After those urges are satisfied, literally the very next thing they want is to gamble. It's a tale as old.
Wow. Yo, dude, all right, now we're simplifying men to very, very dumb. Oh my God, wow, that makes men really seem fucking stupid. Oh my God, yeah, you throw a guy down, you throw like a 23-year-old guy in Amsterdam, he's going, let's go to the red light district, gamble, and then take drugs. That's like, that's the big three. Let's go pay to have sex, lose money, and then get high.
This time, and it was a big problem in the Song Dynasty pleasure districts, and it's an even bigger problem now on private gambling Discord servers and even huge publicly accessible apps like DraftKings and BetDSI. I see so many young people now who are almost turning online gambling into a sort of career path. And guess what? They did the same thing back in the day too.
It's fucked. There are guys that, it's like a very, very small percentage. There's guys that make money on like sportsbook shit. You know how there's guys that like sell those Discord? I think that shit's stupid. I think there's guys that like min-max the betting odds really well and they can con the system a bit, but those guys start Discord servers where it's like $50 to join, and there's so many chuds that are like, I'm just gonna tail this guy's bets and win money. I'm like, yeah, you know, you might be up like $200, but like I feel like you could learn what they're doing yourself without just tailing their bets and paying them. Because I'm like, the guy that you're paying is making millions of dollars because he has 20,000 Discord members and they're all paying fucking $50 a month to get his tailed bets. Like, holy shit, that guy that owns that server is making genuinely like 40 million a year.
All kinds of criticisms from the Song Dynasty officials.
My friend does that. I have so many friends that do that. Whether they do it themselves or they're the one that pays the server, whatever.
Like Sima Guang, who laments that young men are abandoning the plow and the book to chase the flip of the die. There's also this modern sociologist named...
Dude, just bet $100 in minus 2,000 odds and win. Yeah, Curzy, the problem with that, I'm a big fan of sports betting. I promote DraftKings. I like sports betting, right? The problem with betting $100 on minus 2,000 odds is you're going to win like $2 back. You're going to win like $1, bro. If you bet $100 on something that's minus 2K odds, you're literally going to get $101. Like, you're going to get nothing back because it's just like basically a 99% chance of hitting.
Beverly Yuen Thompson, who writes...
And then if you lose, you lose the $100.
Great stuff about subcultures. And she's noted that fringe groups usually start to form when the mainstream promise of hard work equals success is broken. In the Song Dynasty...
Like, did y'all see during the Super Bowl, there was that one guy that he made like $1 million bet on something that was like minus like 1,000 or 2,000 odds or something crazy. He bet like $1 million to win like 100K. And I was like, wow. Like, yeah, 100K win, that's crazy. And it's like the odds are there. But I'm like, in the back of my head, I'd be like, damn, dude, if I lost $1 million on a bet to win 100.
Your ticket to success was passing the Imperial exam, but you could study 30 years. Dynasty, your mainstream promise of hard work equals success is broken. In the Song Dynasty, your ticket to success was passing the Imperial exam, but you could study 30 years just to fail an exam that only had a 1% pass rate. That's a bad bet. Young people now are seeing the same thing. Their parents bought houses and supported an entire family on a modest single income, and now they can barely afford their rent. In this kind of paradigm, why wouldn't you open up DraftKings and put everything you own on some ridiculous parlay? Why wouldn't you dump your whole portfolio into some meme coin in the hopes it'll take you to the moon? We might think of this younger generation of gambling addicts as just irresponsible kids whose frontal lobes aren't fully developed yet. That's definitely part of it, but they're also making...
I mean, I think that any young man, even earlier in time, would still gamble if the opportunity presented itself. It was just like far and few between. You know, you're going to a horse race, you're at a casino that you could actually physically gamble at. But like, people like betting money in any instance, in any situation, regardless of financial stability. And today it's just like day trading, meme coins, and like stake.com. Like, those are like the big ones. Like unregulated gambling sites and like faulty betting schemes that are just either going to hit big or you lose everything.
A desperate, calculated attempt to exit a system that has already failed them. Going back to the WotC, the pleasure precincts, the reason they never fully took over.
Gambling's for fun, not a way to get rich. I agree. That's how I perceive it. There are guys that get rich from gambling, but I think most people that partake in gambling, even if they're frequent DraftKings goers or FanDuel goers or somebody that does sports betting a lot, sports betting's a little bit different because people tend to be less addicted than like online gambling, like stake.com or Roobet or like RainBet or one of those. But like, even so, if you're sports betting, you're usually going, I want to bet $100, I'll make $300. Nobody, like the guys that are doing sports betting and putting $10 on a fucking 20-leg parlay with plus 15,000 odds are idiots. You know, like those guys win 1 out of a million times, and one of them posts their bet slip on Twitter of them winning, and everybody goes, oh my God, no fucking way. But it's like, it's just like hitting the lottery in that sense.
Society is because you had to physically go to them. There was a spirit of anonymity. Basically what happens in the WotC stays in the WotC, but you still had to go engage in these acts in a somewhat public place and deal with the internal shame of that. Now,
Horsey game? Yeah, Bart Bucks, channel points. My chat is addicted to betting fucking Bart Bucks which have actually no physical value.
With the internet, young people can indulge in all of their most base desires without ever even getting off the couch, and it can literally cost them their entire future. It's worth noting too that when you have a bunch of young, desperate people gather—
Let's run a coin flip. They already did it. Yo, they did it as I said it. As I said that shit. All right, heads or tails? Heads or tails? Okay, one coin flip. I'm gonna flip it first. This one doesn't count. It's gonna be the next one. Right, so whatever it starts on, it'll be next one. Wow, why is 70% of people on heads? Oh, we got like 8 million channel points on the line. 10 million channel points on the line. Almost 50-50 odds here. You realistically, chat, if you want the sneak pick here, there's around 50-50 odds on a coin flip. If it was IRL, I think it's like 49.5, depending on which side it starts on. But you want to bet on the one with lower odds, because that's how you win more money on channel points. But it's like almost even. Okay. We have 20 million channel points on the line. Good luck. Tails. Tails never fails. That's what they always say.
Gathering in one place for a set objective, it can create a sort of ideological powder keg. So in the WotC, these guys formed gambling brotherhoods, and the Song Penal Code tried constantly to break them up because they feared the brotherhoods were becoming more loyal to each other than to the Emperor.
No more mods, no more, because chat will actually freak out about it. See, this is the point that I'm trying to prove. Chat is addicted to this shit. We're not doing any more. That was the one for the day.
Now you might get into a private Discord server, ostensibly to do some gambling and trade some insider tips, and next thing you know, you're radicalized into committing some horrific public act of terror. This feels like a good—
What? You join a betting Discord and then you become a terrorist? What are we talking about?
Because they feared the brotherhoods were becoming more loyal to each other than to the Emperor. Now you might get into a private Discord server, ostensibly to do some gambling and trade some insider tips, and next thing you know, you're radicalized into committing some horrific public act of terror. This feels like a good place to land the plane, because the main point I want to make with these videos is that time is a flat circle, and we're essentially repeating the patterns of the past over and over again. There's the old saying that those who don't study history are doomed to repeat it, but it seems like even when we do study history, we're powerless not to make the same mistakes. The difference now, of course, is that these things are happening on a massive global scale with the full weight of tech companies and government institutions behind them. A soldier in the Song dynasty might drunkenly head to the WotC and lose his monthly wages, and that was it. A young 20-something now might obsessively bet his entire savings on an app on his phone and ruin his whole life before it's even started. This is why we need to pay attention to these trends and recognize that even though human behavior hasn't changed, how we respond to it can. But what do you think? Has this video found you at a very medieval Chinese time in your life?
Yo, I'm really liking this relation of medieval China to Gen Z. I feel like he was spitting facts actually the entirety of this video. Medieval mindset. Does he make videos all about this stuff? This was like one of the best videos I've seen in the last like 6 months, actually. Something that makes me feel confident in the future is that humanity's been doing the same weird thing since the beginning. Yeah, it's through, dude, I feel like humanity goes through like fluxes. We have like the way that I perceive it is like humans go through like a 500-year reset period. Things become lame, they become cool, they become lame, they become cool. They become lame, they become cool. Not normal, normal, weird, not normal, normal, weird, not normal, normal, weird. It's just like all just repeated. Not like law or like moral-based shit, I'm more so talking like fashion trends, activities, things that are exciting, war even, fetishes. I don't know, man. Were there people that had foot fetishes back then? Maybe. Like it used to be a struggle, bro. It was a grind. Yo, physics problems. Yeah, you had to buy Chegg. You had to buy Chegg and talk to the fucking random guy that's trying to solve the problem in real time for you.
I did make a little over 1,000 flashcards in Anki in preparation for the Tournament of Champions on things I didn't already know. So did it work? Well, it got me a couple questions, including a crucial daily double on the alphabetically first of the 7 hills of Rome. Thank God I had this flashcard.
Since there are 7 hills of Rome and only 2 seem to be notable, go ahead and name all 7 hills of Rome. Oh my God.
Hills I don't want to die on. Alphabetically
first of the fabled 7 hills of Rome. Yo, the second he sees that shit, he goes, yes.
First of the fabled 7 hills of Rome, it boasts the Basilica of Santa Sabina, which dates to the 5th century.
What is the Aventine?
Aventine is correct, yes. You had $6,000. Well done.
But there were also a number.
Yo, I love, dude, when they do that and then they pan back and there's just the chud with negative $5,000.
Of times I saw a question and thought, oh, I have a flashcard on this. And that was about as far as
and then they get so many wrong that they just stop answering them.
My brain got. So they're not perfect, but they will help you eventually remember things that you don't know and aren't particularly interested in.
What? Oh my God, you have to jump the buzzer. Oh my God, you have to get, I didn't even think about that. It's not just studying, you have to get good at being like.
As the ancient philosopher G.I. Joe.
Do you think they're testing for PEDs at Jeopardy? Dude, I would take so much Adderall before I walked in. Where your eye, you don't blink and you're just like.
Once said, no.
What's a PED? Performance enhancing drug.
Knowing is half the battle. The other half of
you just start taking steroids for Jeopardy.
The battle is the buzzer. In your average Jeopardy game, all 3 contestants are going to know around 1/3 of the questions. So whoever is fastest on the buzzer is going to get those questions, regardless.
That is not that is not what I've seen. Every contestant's going to know 1/3 of the questions. I feel like is just not true. I feel maybe not a different third, maybe the same third, because every episode, bro, there's one guy that just knows nothing.
Of who knows more about a subject. This means that being fast on the buzzer is just as important as knowing a lot of things. For a brief explainer on how Jeopardy's buzzers work, contestants can't ring in during a clue. When Jeopardy was rebooted in 1984, contestants could ring in whenever they felt like it, which led to chaotic gameplay and a not particularly fun viewing experience. In 1985, the current rules were introduced, where contestants have to wait for the host to finish reading the clue before they can buzz in. This rule change surprised the hell out of my father when he showed up to tape his episode in early 1985. The giant game board in front of contestants has 2 vertical white lights on either side of it that light up when the buzzers are cleared and contestants are able to ring in. Generally, this happens precisely as Ken finishes his last word, so contestants are theoretically able to time this and anticipate when to buzz in. Not me though, I just use the lights. I surveyed everyone else in the Tournament of Champions, and apparently I was the only person who just used the lights. Everyone else went off of sound. So maybe you should do that. Either way you choose to do it, timing is crucial. I attributed my decent buzzer skills to years of playing video games, and other contestants have said similar things. You can try practicing at home by watching along with a clicky pen, or by playing rhythm games like Guitar Hero. The principle is the same. I'm aware I'm showing how old I am by using Guitar Hero as an example. Some people have said that you should buy a buzzer to practice with at home. Because I was worried about embarrassing myself in the Tournament of Champions, I am ashamed to admit that I did this.
This is why I quit. Too many sweats. Too many Jeopardy sweats, dude. Timing the button. What are we, fucking track sprinters, dude? Trying to time the gun on a 100-meter. Just buzz in when you know the answer.
I do not think it is any better than a clicky pen or video games, and it's kind of expensive. However, if you want to buy one, it is reasonably close to the buzzers used on the show, though not exactly the same. This one's from Delcom. There are varying schools of thought on how to hold the buzzer. I've seen contestants use...
Yo, we're getting into the tech of how you hold the buzzer. Bro, I thought he was going to tell me how to study for this shit. Half of preparing for Jeopardy is being able to press the button faster than everybody else. I feel like I ain't need training for that, though. Like, I'm not trying to be cocky, but, like, my lack of Jeopardy winning capability is that I don't know any of the fucking answers. I feel like the easiest thing is just going... I mean, bro, you're going against like 40-year-olds. They're unk compared to you, right? Their brain's slow, right? Their neuroconnections aren't firing as fast as yours. They're on the first half sentence of the question when you're already done.
One hand, two hands, gripping onto it for dear life. I've heard of a contestant who just left the buzzer in the...
I'd be white knuckling that shit. Your hand just starts turning purple. Ken's like, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, next question.
Holster on the podium because his hands were shaking too bad to actually hold it.
What?
I've heard of a contestant who just left the buzzer in the holster on the podium because his hands were shaking too bad to actually hold it. Ultimately, I don't think it matters that much. Do whatever is most comfortable for you and will allow you to press the button as quickly as possible. The button is...
I love their stories, too. Be like, next, we're meeting Ryan, who comes all the way from Denver, Colorado. Nice to see you, Ryan. So it says here that you shat yourself in the 3rd grade. Could you tell us more about that? Yeah, Ken. So it was actually just, and they go on like some random story that makes no, dude, and it gets really funny when they have to do the intro for a guy that's won 15 times. So they actually make up shit. Like, Ken himself said that, who's the current host because Alex Trebek is dead now, rep in the chat. Ken said because he won like 20 times in a row that like the latter half of his interviews were just fake stories. Like, they weren't real. He was just making shit up because what else are you, how many cool stories are you going to tell the audience from your childhood or adulthood before getting on the show?
Pretty sensitive, and you do not need to press it hard. One finger or thumb will do. So practice the buzzer, but also be prepared to not get in. At some point in your show, you're going to know some things, buzz in, and not be the first person in. This is extremely disappointing. Every time it happened to me on the show, I looked like I had received a mild electric shock. So be prepared for the disappointment, but also be prepared to move on quickly from it. I really want to emphasize this. At some point, something bad is going to happen, and you're not going to have time to sit and mentally process it.
Dude, but I kind of want them to drop this professional facade, you know, of, like, Jeopardy as a whole. Like, I would love if he pressed the button, he doesn't get it first, and he just, like, audibly gasps. Just like, fuck. They talk shit. They do like a halftime. Like, you know, after in like Ink Master, when after they tattoo, they go back to the room and they just talk shit to each other and they're like, your tattoo fucking sucks. Dude, the creasing on that shit was terrible, dude. Oh, by the way, you're fucking ugly. Like some shit like that. That would be TV. Be like, Mark doesn't really know the answers, but he gets in the opponent's head.
It is fair to say that I'm close to the...
What the fuck is Ink Master? A show where they tattoo people. That's it.
Last guy you should listen to when it comes to wagering strategy. I blundered hard on wagering in the game that I lost, both miscalculating my wager mathematically and even still wagering way too large an amount. In preparation for the Tournament of Champions, I studied wagering strategy much more intensely and then immediately came out and wagered an incorrect amount in Final Jeopardy again. Ken Jennings after the game asked me if I had meant to wager that amount, which is his nice way of saying, you really have no idea what you're doing, huh? So believe me when I say, wagering is hard. Let's talk about daily doubles first. Over the past decade, Jeopardy contestants...
Yo, I'm going all in on all of them. Daily double, max. Max out. Sir, you're at negative $5,000. Max out. Max out. You're only allowed to wager $2,000 because you're negative. All right, whatever, I'm allowed.
Have gotten hip to the idea that daily doubles are inherently much more valuable than any of the other questions. This explains.
Let it ride. You somehow, even though all the questions are round numbers, you somehow have like $45.50. Let it ride. I use some of it to order pizza mid-game, sorry.
Of Jeopardy now, as contestants jump around the board hunting for daily doubles, infuriating your grandmother at home. Unfortunately for Grandma, you should also do this.
See, bro, shit. I love that. I love that when you just see somebody in the negative, bro. Just getting everyone wrong.
Keep in mind that even if you get a daily double in a category you don't like, you're denying your other two competitors a chance to get it. As we've already established, I am not a strategic genius, so my general strategy was dumbed down to a level where even I couldn't screw it up too bad. I would start from the third clue in the category I liked the most, work my way down the category, and then select the third clue in the category I liked the second most. Repeat until all those clues are gone. And if there are still daily doubles out there, go through all the second row clues. Daily doubles are basically never in the first row. One mistake I'll see even good Jeopardy players make is they'll only hunt for daily doubles in categories they're comfortable with. Once the high value clues are gone in those categories, they'll start to select low value clues in those categories rather than hunt for daily doubles in the other categories. You want to find the daily double even if it's in a category you don't like, because you're denying your opponents the chance to get it. You don't have—
Oh my god, and then you could only put like $100 on that shit. Like you could put as little as possible if you're not confident, and then they just can't get it. Wow, there's so much strategy that I never thought about. I always thought it was just the winner was always the smartest guy.
You don't have to wager much. The minimum bet is $5, symbolically chosen because it's what contestants could buy a house for in 1984.
It was a joke.
As to what you should wager on daily doubles, it's way too situational for me to be able to give you any real guide. I will say that I think the internet is obsessed with James Holzhauer-style aggressive wagering on daily doubles to a degree that I don't think is helpful for your average Jeopardy player. If you're 90% accurate on daily doubles, go nuts, wager everything every time. But most of us are closer to 50% accurate on daily doubles, and going all in constantly is not a winning proposition. It's also just not that necessary.
That's what you think.
For most Jeopardy players. Be smart. Consider the score, how close you are to first, if it's close to being a runaway game, etc. But for regular Jeopardy play, constantly spamming the all-in button is just not necessary. If you are interested in doing a true daily double, you definitely want to do it in single Jeopardy, because it's way easier to come back from a failed true daily double in the first round. Finally, there's my nemesis, Final Deal. But there are things you can do to prepare. First of all, do math on paper. One thing that ended up kind of being an issue for me is that it had been over a decade since I had done subtraction on paper, and I just kind of forgot how to do it. So practice that. Wagering from first place in Final Jeopardy.
Damn, bro. Like, I would just do this in my head. Like, in reality, I'm going 220. 220 makes this 5,000, and so just I have to add 220 to 843. So it would be 1,063. But I don't know how to do this on paper anymore. I know you would go like this. So I would go this would become 7, this would become 14. And then so that would be, oh fuck. Wait, no, right? Yeah. Am I doing it right? How do you fucking subtract on paper? No, I know the answer, chat. I know the answer. That's right. Yeah. And so, because you need this number to be higher. So 3 minus 0 is still 3. 14 minus 8 is 6. This is 0 and this is 1. 1,063. That's how you do math on paper. Yeah. Is that not how you guys do math? That's how I was taught. If I'm like multiplying, like say it's like 85 times 43. Ooh, wow. I know you multiply these two first and then add, you do like, you have to multiply them like that, like that, like that. So it'd be like 85, 8 times 4, 8, 16, 24, 32. So it'd be 3200 plus 20 with a 0 plus 6, 8, 16, 24 with a 0. So it'd be it'd be that, and then 15. So it'd be 5, 5, 6, 3. Is that right? Yeah, you do like 3 times, you do like 8 times 4 plus 2 zeros, 4 times 5 plus a 0, 8 times 3. That's right. I know that's right. That's not right. No? What? 85 times 43 is 3,655. I was right. You guys are just dead wrong.
By getting final wrong than it is to lose by getting final right. That way you control your own destiny. Mathematically, this means your wager should be second place's score times 2 plus 1 minus your score. This is what's known as a cover bet. Even easier is if you already have more than double what second place has. Congratulations, you already won the game. Try not to mess that up. Wagering in Final Jeopardy from second place is where things get...
Oh my god, did that guy bet everything and then lose? Oh, because he was so confident?
Wagering...
January up, and then it goes back down. Every time. Every time. Up, down, up, down, up. Yeah, no work. No homework, no exams, no nothing to do. It's winter as well.
Pressed to find anyone that plays Arc Raiders that doesn't know who Peanut is. But what is the root cause of this success? His Peanut form immediately captures the attention of anyone mindlessly scrolling social media. But unlike other VTubers, Peanut overlays his real eyes and mouth, which allows him to be expressive and be more relatable to, well, a human.
Yeah, it bridges that gap. It bridges that gap. Because it's like most VTuber models, it's like you're literally watching a VTuber. Like it's just an AI mod, not an AI model, an art model.
However, this would do nothing for him in the long run if he wasn't actually entertaining. His humor and quick-wittedness is some of the best of any streamer to ever do it.
How the burnt peanut took over streaming.
How did a peanut rise from obscurity to internet stardom in under 2 years?
You have more viewers than the entire Warzone category.
And become a
Dude, because it's like peak brain rot mixed with like gaming / humor / edits. Dude, there's like a million reasons why the burnt peanut's successful. He's so clippable, and he could get away with like very animated face reactions that a human couldn't, right? It's a VTuber model that fits VTuber audiences, or doesn't fit VTuber audiences. It's a VTuber model that fits the regular non-VTuber audience, if that makes sense. Like, most people don't like the idea of watching, like, a super expensive model of, like, an anime character in the corner that's, like, super attractive and, like, hey, and it, like sways in the fucking wind and shit. But people really like the simple, like, basically looking like an Instagram filter peanut, and he could look at the camera and it's not disturbing, right? But when I look at the camera, it looks like I'm staring at you, so it freaks you out. But if Peanut looks at the camera, it doesn't freak you out. Like, there's a million small things, but it's mainly just like he's entertaining.
Streamer that has influence over titans of the industry that have been
P-tuber, by the way. Sorry, P-tuber, not VTuber.
Established for a decade.
His AFK channel has almost has more viewers than me and Hutch when we go live.
He is a Goopa, after all.
He's got me cackling, cracking up.
I mean, I also gotta say, bro, it's because he's entertaining. I think a lot of the guys in the escape shooter space aren't funny. Like, I'm not calling anybody specifically. Like, Tim and a lot of the people they're showing, very entertaining. Love Summit. I like watching Ninja, like all these other people. But it's like a lot of the guys that do escape, like, extraction shooters are just good at the game. They're boring. They're boring. Like, but when you watch Peanut, it's like he brings that variety personality to extraction shooters, and it seems a lot less serious. You don't need to know a lot about the game. You could still just watch him.
Good morning, old man. Bro, you got it.
This is the story of the burnt peanut. The burnt peanut has captured the gaming and streaming space.
I did love this part. This part of the Streamer Awards where it's like it's like pictures of people that didn't show up and then people that are here like Aspen, and then it's just the burnt peanut wearing like the fucking like twirly hat just smiling at the camera.
Winning FPS Streamer of the Year and VTuber of the Year.
Even though I'm a VTuber, that's okay.
But what is his story? What sparked this meteoric ascent?
Like, me and Crystal talk, I'm dead ass. Me and Crystal talk about the burnt peanut off stream so much, and we always say it works so well, but like, if he did what he does as the peanut in a face cam, it would look so fucking stupid. So it like fits perfectly. Like, he's so animated. Like, if he was like, and like, he does that constantly, but like, it works in that skin. But if I did that, or like somebody did that, you'd be like, yo, you look like a cornball, bro.
First, we have to go back before the burnt.
I always imagine, because I don't know what he looks like, but I always imagine him sitting in his chair. Because he's a guy. He's not a fun. I know it's like the joke is like he's a peanut, but it's like, bro, imagine the guy that is the burnt peanut just sitting in his chair being like, just like, I forget about it because it ruins it. But it's like, you got to lean into like, okay, I'm actually watching a peanut right now. I'm not watching a person. I love eating healthy, but I hate grocery shopping, and I'm pretty terrible at deciding what I should meal prep. And that is why the sponsor of today's video, HelloFresh, has helped me out and can help you out too. HelloFresh is America's #1 meal kit, and they have delivered over 1 billion meals. Recipes take 30 minutes or less. All the ingredients show right up to your door, and there's easy instructions to follow on how to make each recipe. When I'm done streaming, I can meal prep and eat a fresh meal within 30 minutes. It makes my life a whole lot easier and can make yours easier as well. You can get a free Z-Willing 4-star chef's knife on your third box, $144.99 value, and 10 free meals, and free shipping on your first box. And all you have to do is use code JOEBHFZWL. That is code JOEBHFZWL. Make sure to use my code to get this deal before supplies run out. Offer is valid while supplies last. If they are out, you still get the next best deal using the link in description or the code on screen still, but you want to get in on this deal while you can. Thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into it.
Peanut was a peanut. Peanut's streaming career began in 2022 as a human, or rather a human.
The filter turns off midstream. Dude, I always wonder how that doesn't happen. Is there like a safety net thing for that? Not only just for the burnt peanut, but VTubers in general. Like, is there not a... Because I was like, what if it glitched and it just showed his face? I'm assuming it just wouldn't work. Like, if it glitched, it would turn off. It wouldn't show his camera.
His real peanut identity. Like countless other aspiring streamers, he created tutorial content and guides fitting perfectly into the typical streamer mold. But he was hit in the face with the same reality that nearly everyone that tries this profession is hit with. Numbers were stagnant, and growth nearly non-existent. Eventually, he walked away, and for a year, the screen went dark. But he couldn't stay away forever. One day in January of 2024, while he was playing Tarkov, a friend suggested he stream the session. At first, he was hesitant, but he reluctantly agreed. But it was the next day that he had the epiphany that changed everything. His name was all...
I just think it was like the perfect storm, man. Like, he's a funny guy. The peanut thing is funny. It fits his personality. And he's like... Dude, his personality with extraction shooters is just funny because he's so animated, and extraction shooters are the most aggravating type of game because they're so rewarding but also so fucking like dampening at the same time. Like, when you watch Peanut get like gooped up and he has 120k worth of shit in his inventory and then he gets scummed at extraction and he just crashes out. It's fucking hilarious.
Already the burnt peanut, so why not become one? And just like that, a new era began. One
gooped up question mark? Yeah, it means when you have a lot of stuff. You got a lot of goop. Goop is like items. You have a bunch of pink loot.
Once Peanut embraced his true identity, he realized something most streamers never figure out.
And they can put him in different outfits and stuff.
No one cares if you're good at the game. They care about how funny your death was. Peanut leaned in.
Actually, though. No, literally. That's what, like, dude, and it's crazy how big streamers don't, like, people that average 20k viewers don't get that. They'll be like, yo, I'm not going to play with you, Peanut, man. Like, you're ass. I'm like, bro, he would make you, like, your stream is more entertaining with him there. Like, most people don't want to, like, I think it's a not a culture shift, But it is really a change, because do you remember 2018 Fortnite and Twitch? All the big streamers were not funny, bro. They were just cracked. Like, you would watch, like, 2018 was like, well, you watched motherfuckers that were good at COD. You watched motherfuckers that were good at Fortnite, good at Rainbow, whatever was popping at the time, you know? Like, you wanted to watch, you know, I mean, Shroud's still big now, but, like, you wanted to watch Ninja because he was good. You wanted to watch Shroud because he was good. You wanted to watch, oh my God, what was I just thinking of? Who's the fucking Scumpy? Optic Scumpy, because he was good. Yeah, they have, like, clips and they're still entertaining personalities, but, like, their primary motivator for somebody to watch them is like, hey, I'm really fucking good at this game. I'm way better than you'll ever be. Watch me. Right? But then you have a guy that's, like, still above average skill level. Like, Peanut's better than most people at, you know, Tarkov and Arc Raiders. But people watch him because he's funny. Like, a lot of the time he's getting carried by Cloaksy and the people that he plays with.
To fun.
Tfue? I think Tfue's a weird in-between, though, too. Tfue is really funny and entertaining. Like, I love watching, like, his fishing content, but he is also, like, king of exploits and, like, gaming. Like, if you watch a Tfue clip, bro, where he, like, snap hook, safe pocket towards a team, and then no-scope kills 3 people in Arc Raiders, it is astonishing how fucking angry I would be if I was playing in his lobby.
Screaming, laughing his way through Tarkov, while everyone else treated it like a game they were forced to play upon penalty of death.
Like, you're full kitted, you just spawned in, you got some good items, and then you just see a guy up on a hill, and he snap hooks to you and just 3 taps your team solo.
Peanut was an entertainer, but his story doesn't come without adversity. His came with TikTok. He tried streaming there, but whether it was the crude jokes, the chaos, or TikTok's anti-nut agenda, Peanut was banned 47 times.
47 times?
Yes, that's a real number. Sometimes 5 minutes into the stream. Eventually, he gave up on TikTok, which actually
holy fuck.
Freedom. No more unnecessary restriction, just raw, unfiltered entertainment. Back on YouTube and Twitch, Peanut began to see success. Every time he went live, more viewers showed up and more viewers stayed. This continued as a slow burn, the kind of steady growth most creators can only dream of. But with growth came disbelief, accusations, rumors.
In the beginning, when I was on my rise, everyone hated me. There was a lot of people in the beginning that were like, that guy's viewbot is off.
Yeah. Some veteran streamers refused to accept that a newcomer, a Peanut, was surpassing them. Yet the numbers kept rising. His fan base, who he called...
it's like, if you watched a person do that, that'd be like stupid, but it's like, it's so funny watching him do that.
The Bungulators kept growing. And day by day, the burnt Peanut became impossible to ignore. Then came his first major spike in viewership. A Tarkov Drops event had arrived, an opportunity Peanut did not want to pass up. He thought he registered, but never hit submit. Instead of giving up, he reached out to BSG, and against all odds, he got the drops anyways. But there was a problem. The Drops event was during the day. Peanut streams at night. Most would cancel or postpone their usual stream. Instead, Peanut streamed for 17 hours straight.
What the fuck? Just fucking stream during the Drops event. Why would he stream for a day straight?
During that broadcast, his viewership climbed from 2,000 to 5,000. And
oh my God, and then that gave him the spark, and he probably got a bunch of people that clipped him.
Then, even after the event ended, this average viewership stayed at 5,000 and continued to grow. A sign that viewers had showed up for him, not just
That's crazy that he sparked that fast.
The game. By July 2025, Peanut was averaging 10,000 viewers on YouTube and Twitch. Then, Battlefield 6 dropped its beta in August.
Yo, like, I've been building a slow burn. Like, right now I'm at 9K, and this is like a high for me because it's January. It'll go back down in February and March. Dude, literally went from like I feel like he's got to be stressed out. No, you don't think? Do you think that stresses him out? Has he ever talked about that, bro? Going from like 1,000 viewers to 9K in like a month, and then 9K to 100K. He averages like 50 on Twitch and like 80 on YouTube. He's bigger than Kai not in terms of popularity, but in terms of raw numbers on a random stream. Peanut averages more. Like, he is huge. That's a crazy change that he has to manage. That's what I'm saying. Like, dude, like trying to manage that audience, like that influx of viewers is probably so hard. Battlefield 6. He played Battlefield 6.
Peanut soared to 20,000 viewers on both platforms. His viewership went back down to around 10,000 viewers afterwards, but more people now knew of the Peanut. Then, everything changed. Enter Arc Raiders.
Do you think if Arc Raiders didn't come out, he would still be big? I think he would still be big, but I think Arc Raiders did help him. Like, he could have just went back to Tarkov, and he would have still averaged, like, 30K. But I think he would have been, like, Tyler 1 League era average, rather than, like, Arc Raiders is... Is Arc Raiders the biggest game out now? No. But I think it's the biggest new game. I think, like, CS is always going to be one of the biggest games, right? Like, CSGO, Val, like, all that shit. But just in terms of, like, I think it's the biggest trending game. Arc Raiders is the biggest trending game right now. I feel like that is an undisputable thing. In terms of multiplayer. Single player, yeah, you could say, like, Expedition 33 and all these other games are fucking huge.
A game he believed in from the start was about to release. When the game finally arrived on October 30th, Peanut...
Am I the only one who hates Arc Raiders? Yes. I had so many friends that were Escape from Tarkov diehards that shit on Arc Raiders for the first 2 months it dropped, and they jumped ship. They jumped ship. It's just a better game. And I'm sorry. Like, in terms of, like, in-depth extraction shooters, yeah, I could see a world where people want to play Tarkov. But in terms of, like, roping in a new and casual player base, Arc Raiders is better.
His stream surged to an average of nearly 30,000 viewers across both YouTube and Twitch. And then came the war.
Fight not for yourself, but for your bugleheaders beside you!
A streamer war in...
Dude, I wonder how Peanut would have done during the Helldivers era. Because he's so, like, animated about, like, the bungalators and, like, fighting for, like, loot. I feel like he would have carried Helldivers. Just because Helldivers was, like, such a game about community and, like, fighting, like, the same fight.
Arc Raiders between the Burnt Peanut and Hutch that brought in all the major streamers and made them choose sides. But it wasn't just other streamers. The entire game's population participated in the war, seeking out the other side to try to vanquish their foe.
Boys, I don't know if there's anyone to find.
At its peak, 90,000 people watched the Burnt Peanut live on both platforms. With the war, he transcended his niche and entered into mainstream gaming royalty. You'd be hard...
180K. I feel like people... Dude, I feel like people take it less seriously because he is, like, a P-tuber. But, like, dude, he was averaging more on just Twitch than, like, Jinxie was peak Rainbow. Let me actually check that. I might be wrong, because Jinxie did peak really high. Yeah, Jinxie peaked at 97K back when Rainbow was, like, you know, the shit. What is the Burnt Peanut at? Oh, my God. Bro, look at this graph. Look at this fucking graph. Flatline. Nothing. For years. Stopped streaming for 2 years because it just wasn't working. You streamed 120 hours, 6 viewers. It's fucking what, that's what I stream. 129, 130. Stream 130 hours, 6 people. Gains a little bit of people. Now he has an audience, you know, and then it's like, holy fuck. This is where they said the drops were. Sparks up, and then just fucking, holy shit, 62K. He averaged 13,000 followers. This is me. See, it's just like, this is like an average Twitch streamer. It's just like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Today, this is up month, but that's also for 12 hours in. It'll probably flatline a little bit more. Early January is always like up for some reason. I think it's because people are starting the semester and it's just like, they got nothing going on. You guys are procrastinating like crazy. Instead of doing homework, you watch Twitch streamers, which I'm not complaining about, but I feel like it's so weird. No, it's literally like, you could see it though, at least in my audience. Like, especially around here, like summer's always up, but like January up, July up, January up, August up. Then it goes back down, January up, and then it goes back down. Every time. Every time. Up, down, up, down, up. Yeah, no work. No homework, no exams, no nothing to do. It's winter as well.
Pressed to find anyone that plays Arc Raiders that doesn't know who Peanut is. But what is the root cause of this success? His Peanut form immediately captures the attention of anyone mindlessly scrolling social media. But unlike other VTubers, Peanut overlays his real eyes and mouth, which allows him to be expressive and be more relatable to, well, a human.
Yeah, it bridges that gap. It bridges that gap. Because it's like most VTuber models, it's like you're literally watching a VTuber. Like it's just an AI mod, not an AI model, an art model.
However, this would do nothing for him in the long run if he wasn't actually entertaining. His humor and quick-wittedness is some of the best of any streamer to ever do it. Peanut can have a 12-hour stream and have the same energy in the 12th hour as he did in the first. When he gets your attention, he keeps it, and he delivers. What many may not appreciate is the craftsmanship and dedication behind the Burnt Peanut. His stream isn't just a simple overlay, it's a world he built himself. Backgrounds, transitions, outfits, scenes, entire environments crafted from scratch. Only recently has he
Do you think that whole stay at the popularity he's at now? I feel like you can't peak at that level and keep it forever. Like, I think he'll dip slightly. I think he'll still, even if, say, he dips 6 months from now, I think he'll still be like Jinxie. Right? Like, you know how, like, Jinxie isn't as big as he was viewership-wise. I think he's more known, but he's not as big viewership-wise from the Rainbow days. But I think he has way more of a core audience. I think he's more known in his audience, and he still averages, like, 30K. I think Peanut would do that, and I think he'll, like, also, I think it'd be awesome to see Peanut play other games. With Arc Raiders. Like, I know he's like an extraction shooter guy, but I think it would be cool too to see him play like, you know, some other random shit, like Sea of Thieves. If the servers weren't too stream snipeable. Imagine Peanut on Sea of Thieves, bro. A little pirate outfit on the Peanut. Ready the cannons, men! And he starts freaking out. That'd be awesome.
Begun working with professional artists. For the majority of his rise to success, he did it all on his own.
Because I think his audience, too, likes the idea of, like, goop and, like loot. Like, getting stuff that you could lose. Like, risk and reward. Because they like seeing him succeed and also fail miserably. So, like, the Sea of Thieves has that.
Self-taught, self-driven, purely for the love of the craft. His dedication wasn't about fame, it was about passion. The kind of passion.
Did you see he played Sea of Thieves last week? Dude, I gotta hop on Sea of Thieves again. It was so fun. Should we do that on one of the Friend Swap days? I love Sea of Thieves. I've only played it like 5 times. Not even. Maybe like 3. On stream like once. Such a fun game, dude. You just gotta fucking loot shit.
Passion that makes someone say,
I would rather be a fella in 2025 with $10 in my pocket and an internet connection than a king in the 1300s.
Despite his rise, Peanut hasn't changed. He drives the same old car.
I mean, that thing's gonna explode any day, I'm telling you.
Yeah, no, like dude, I always say having wealth back pre-technology blew dick. I mean, like, you could say the positives were, like, you could do whatever you wanted, but, like, your, like, moral guidelines had to be pretty fucking low, man. But, like, dude, if you had wealth in, like, the 1500s, what the fuck do you do for fun? You have a big castle, no AC. You can take a bath. They have to light a fire under it because there's no heating. You could poop in a nice toilet, but it just, like, falls through the fucking, like, ceiling to the... It's just, like, all the luxurious things. It's, like, you can't go... You want to go vacation. Gotta take a wooden sailboat.
It's genuine. Yeah. Hazard.
He continues to DoorDash Big Macs. And he laughs, jokes, and streams with the same fire that carried him from obscurity.
Wasn't he, like, drunk half the streams he does? I don't know how true that is. I know he's a big Zyn guy. He rips Zyns a lot. He's his 6 milli delights. So he's addicted to nicotine. I'm not judging that. I myself am addicted to marijuana. But I know he says he sips on like Voodoo Rangers. At one stream, he said he had 2 Voodoo Rangers a stream, but I think he was talking about the 24-ounce ones, and those are 6%. And I remember I did the math one time. This was with Chris. I talk about the burnt peanut a lot off stream. I watch him. But if he drinks 2, and I saw the clip, and he said it to Shroud, and Shroud was like, I'm sipping on tea. And I was like, wow, vibe killer. Vibe killer. Why don't you crack open a fucking handle of Tito's vodka, Shroud, because you're not matching the vibe right now. I'm just sipping on tea. What? Dude, literally, if okay, I'm not advocating for this because obviously it's not good for your health, but like, dude, I was just doing a Pokemon tournament and I was like, oh, I'll take a shot for shits and giggles. Ended up getting hammered on stream. How are you even supposed to prepare for Jeopardy anyway?
In July of 2024, I appeared on the game show Jeopardy, fulfilling the kind of lifelong dream you'd expect the son of 2 librarians to have. All things considered, it went very well. I won 9 games before losing my 10th game on a tragic math error.
I haven't watched Jeopardy since 2018, maybe. Like that, Jeopardy's a show you watch with like your grandparents. And you never know the answer to any of the questions, and neither do they. So I never understand the appeal of Jeopardy as a show. Like, I think it's fascinating to see these people know just really obscure knowledge, right? Like, Brady said, I love watching Jeopardy. Very unsurprising, Brady. Very unsurprising. You telling me you like Jeopardy is like somebody telling me that the sky is blue. That's like very unsurprising. What I do want to say is in my years of watching Jeopardy, I have only known the answer to 3 of the questions. And it's always the questions that they don't know. Like Jeopardy contestants will know very obscure things, but get who won the last year's Super Bowl wrong. Like, they just read books, bro. They just know shit. Like, how are you just a thesaurus of knowledge? They don't teach them the topics. It's not scripted, chat. These guys are just geniuses. Like, this guy's a fucking smart-ass motherfucker. Like, somebody said autism. Maybe it's like a savant thing, but I doubt every contestant on Jeopardy is autistic. I think they just know stuff, bro. How? Like, they walk in, and the topic will be, like, random quotes from the 1300s. Who said this? Oh, I know. Bank. The son of the king in this time. Who the fuck would know that?
Well, tragic for me. I think Jay liked it. One of the most common questions...
Bro only won $1,799.
One of the most...
Yo, that's what sucks about Jeopardy. In Wheel of Fortune, even if you lose, you still win the amount of money you ended the game with. In Jeopardy, if you're not first place, you get like $1,000. Fucking wipe your ass with $1,000 in today's economy. You could give somebody $1,000. That's a lot of money. You're flying there, brother. Staying there. Yeah, they're probably paying for it. $1,000. It's taxable income.
Common questions I got after appearing on Jeopardy, other than why did they let you?
It's okay. You know, $1,000 individually, not as bad. What pisses me off is shows like America Says, bruh. America Says prize. How much do they win? $15,000. Whoop-de-doo. 15 grand split amongst 4 people, bruh. Are you serious? A potential $15,000. Lame. That's not, bro, like, I think if you get on a game show and win, you should get, like, a year's salary. Like, I understand America Says isn't the most popping show of all time, but it's like any of these weird fucking knockoff game shows that are on the Game Show Network, bro. The prize is like 10 grand and there's like a team of 5. 2,000 a person, maybe. Like Family Feud, you could win and still not get 20 grand. You could win and still get $5 a point and walk home with $300 fucking dollars and your dick in your hand. Like, what the fuck? That's terrible. $4,000 is life-changing money. No, it's not. What? $4,000 is not life-changing money. Most people can't even pay off 10% of their student loans. $4,000. It helps you. It's helping you in the next 3-4 months. It's not life-changing money. What is life-changing money? A life-changing amount of money to win is like $100,000. That's life-changing. That's you pay off your student loans and you could put a down payment on a car or a house. Like $100,000's like, damn, that's money. You know? No, it's not. I'm saying life-changing in the effect that it's changing your life. Not life-changing like, oh, it's going to make you rich, right? But like it helps, it changes your life and day-to-day finances significantly.
How do you prepare for Jeopardy? Jeopardy has been around for over 40 years, but one surprising thing to me is that there are a lot of people out there who seem to believe that Jeopardy will give you some kind of study guide for what will appear when you're on it. This is not true, which is fortunate for me because I hate studying. Until you step foot on the outside.
And how do you just know that shit? Like what? How do you just know stuff? Like, can we look up a random Jeopardy question? Like, I step up on the Jeopardy board, the IT guy, published first, state of emergency, TV, a bill in Congress, and unending. And TV isn't going to be like, which friend, what is the name of Monica's brother in Friends? It's not like pop culture quiz. It'll be like, who was the director of the original Bill Cosby show? And like, and they just know.
Whilst you're backstage, you have no idea what you're going to be asked about. Think of all those famous viral videos where contestants.
Tom Landry perfected the shotgun formation with this team. And that's one that they don't know. What?
And struggle to
the Bills?
Identify basic things about.
You just know that.
Rap music or sports. If they gave us a study guide ahead of time, don't you think somebody would be able to identify who the Dallas Cowboys are? So this raises a question.
Oh, you guys were just wrong. Chet's just throwing out fucking random shit. There was like 3 people that said the Cowboys. Everybody was saying the Bills.
How are you supposed to prepare for Jeopardy? I decided to make this video as a sort of guide for what I did. Keep in mind that I'm not an all-time great of the show, so take what I say with a grain of salt. With that
all-time great of the show, bro. You won how many games in a row? I think if you win Jeopardy one time, you have enough knowledge to be able to tell me how the game works.
In mind, I proudly present the definitive guide on how to win up to, but no more than, 9 games on Jeopardy.
How much money did he win? 9 games of Jeopardy? I feel like averagely they're winning like 10 to 20K an episode. Isaac Hirsch, winnings Jeopardy. He won more than 200K. He's one of Jeopardy's newest must-watch players. Yo, I wish there was like a fantasy league for Jeopardy where you could just bet on players. I feel like you could tell, bro. There's motherfuckers that step up there and you just know they're gonna suck. And they're still geniuses. You ever see an episode of Jeopardy where like one guy answers one question and he gets it wrong? I love that. He's just standing up there 30 minutes of runtime. He's a placeholder. He's just. They end the round negative. You ever see that shit? Because you could go in the negative. Yo, they should make it like high risk, high reward. You have to pay Jeopardy if you end in the negative. That'd be awesome. Like everybody would be so scared to answer the questions. You're just like. And going into Double Jeopardy, we have Ryan with negative $10,000. He's just fucking shitting himself. There's like a 7-foot security guard standing behind him. He's just nervous.
Presumably, if you're interested in appearing on Jeopardy in the first place, you're at least a little interested in learning things and you know some stuff already. Although if you're not interested in learning things and you know nothing and you still want to appear on Jeopardy, I respect the hustle. It can be intimidating because Jeopardy can ask about literally anything. While Jeopardy can theoretically ask about everything, it can't literally ask about everything. There are certain things Jeopardy simply won't ask about because they're too obscure to reasonably expect contestants to know. For example, Jeopardy basically never asks about one of my favorite authors, the British spy novelist Eric Ambler, because not many people read his books nowadays and he's just not considered that important. So there's really only a limited...
Okay, like, they're still asking such obscure things. What do you mean? They don't ask about Eric Ambler. Dude, they're asking about, like, random passages of Shakespeare. Like, just, I know he's popular, but, like, who knows that?
Number of things that Jeopardy will expect people to know and therefore ask about, and that limited number of things we'll call the canon, with one N, not like a weapon. There's no definitive guide as to what's in the canon, but the more you watch Jeopardy, the more you get a general sense for what it is. There are certain things that come up so often that you must...
What's like a thing that you would really need to know? History. Historical knowledge is really important. What else? Like how... Law, but that's history. That like encompasses history. Sports, I feel like they don't really ask a lot about. Random pop culture stuff, but like really like artsy-fartsy pop culture shit.
Must know them as a prerequisite for appearing on the show. World capitals, Shakespeare's plays, the presidents and where they're from, etc.
The presidents and where they're from. Yeah, where was Woodrow Wilson born?
One way to figure out what Jeopardy will ask about is to look at what they've asked about in the past. There's a wonderful website, j-archive.com, that has
recent Final Jeopardy. This author's wish to use different ink colors to represent multiple point of views was granted in 2012, 83 years after the novel's publication. Gun to my head, that's going off 1 million times before I get that. This author showed that abysses may exist inside a governess. A heroine? What the fuck? This author showed that abysses may exist inside a governess, a heroine who was a commonplace spinster. Heroine. Am I saying that wrong? That word is heroin. The drug. Heroine? A female hero. They should change the name of that. The spelling of a female hero is the same spelling of a drug that people inject in themselves with dirty needles. Why are they spelled the same? Heroin doesn't have an E. Well, maybe let's change the word a little bit more than one letter. Heroin. I would have read that shit as heroin. I did read it as heroin. First Ladies. In 1941, she served briefly as co-director of the Office of Civilian Defense. Who would know that? Who would know that? That's a $100 question. That's easy. That's easy. 500 hard. On June 3rd, 1948, the 200-inch Hale telescope was dedicated atop this mountain. That one actually seems more reasonable. Let's go to a recent episode. Current season. We're going to go to the most recent episode. Midnight's Adults in Children's Literature. I'm in Sephora without my glasses. A minor distraction, rock, rap, and remember. Nothing But a G Thang is a classic collab between Snoop Dogg and this man. Like that one, there's a world where I could guess it. Nothing But a G Thang, Dr. Dre. Okay, then let's go. Rosa Parks sued this duo for using her name on a 1998 hit, but it still made Rolling Stone's list of 50 greatest hip-hop songs. I don't know a rap song that used... What was the answer? Outkast and Cameron. Empire State of Mind by Nas was a hit for Jay-Z and Alicia Keys. Is a classic by the three-letter man who feud with Jay. I got that shit! I got that shit! That's $1,000. Oh my God, wait, actually, I know some of these answers. All right, let's do one that I wouldn't know. Use your sixth sense. The Sixth Amendment to the Constitution says the accused has the right to a trial that is both public and this. Private? Speedy. Fuck.
As basically every game of Jeopardy that has ever been played. If you want to know whether Jeopardy will ask about a thing, let history be your guide. It's worth mentioning that the people who currently make Jeopardy have stated that they don't want people to be able to prepare just by memorizing J-Archive, and thus they continue to include more wordplay and vocabulary categories, things that are harder to study for via rote memorization. Some of the most dreaded Jeopardy categories actually have the smallest canon. Think of opera. Have you ever seen an opera? I haven't. I'm a complete Philistine. But the number of important operas and opera composers Jeopardy can actually ask about is pretty small. It's under 100 in my estimation. And once you start to figure out what those operas are, you start to be able to tell your Madame Butterflies from your Carmens from your...
Bro, but then you're just learning stupid shit that you're never gonna get asked about. Like, you're just studying, bro, like, just walking into a library and reading shit. just to mind meld, dude. Just sponge information. I'm training for Jeopardy. I'm just gonna go sit in on a 3,000 level class in college.
Or Il Scagliatti's, which isn't an opera but some gibberish I just made up. One thing that separates Jeopardy from other trivia game shows is that there's a general tilt in the question writing towards things that are academically important. This means that you could learn a lot of what Jeopardy asked about if you'd just been paying attention in school the whole time. Unfortunately for me, I was too busy drawing comics where Captain Falcon and Kirby were best friends, so I had to come by this knowledge some other way. That other way was Quiz Bowl. Quiz Bowl has often inadequately been described as Jeopardy, but with teams and longer questions, and sports for competitive children who can't run good. There's a considerable overlap between what Jeopardy will ask about and what Quiz Bowl asks about. And
this guy is such a nerd, bro. Yeah, and he won $200,000 for it.
Years of playing Quiz Bowl have stuck in my mind lots of facts that were very useful for Jeopardy. Finally, there's the matter of effectively learning things you didn't already know. Intellectual curiosity is only going to get you so far. Eventually, you're going to have to learn things you don't find particularly interesting, and for that, a lot of people turn to flashcards, especially apps like Anki. Jeopardy Masters Season 2 champion Victoria Gross has said
what about Quizlet?
That she has over 200,000 flashcards in Anki, which is wild.
Yo, y'all really have ChatGPT now, bro. Cheating on homework used to be so fucking hard, man. Like, having to look up shit or, like, make a Quizlet, bro, and you used to have to reach back to, like, a guy 3 states away from you that made a Quizlet in a similar class and only, like, 4 of the questions match, and then you gotta go fucking find another one, and it was fucking so hard to, like, dude, cheating was so hard. Like, it used to be a struggle, bro. It was a grind. Yo, physics problems, yeah, you had to buy Chegg. You had to buy Chegg and talk to the fucking random guy that's trying to solve the problem in real time for you.
I did make a little over 1,000 flashcards in Anki in preparation for the Tournament of Champions on things I didn't already know. So did it work? Well, it got me a couple questions, including a crucial daily double on the alphabetically first of the 7 hills of Rome. Thank God I had this flashcard.
Since there are 7 hills of Rome and only 2 seem to be notable, go ahead and name all 7 hills of Rome. Oh my God.
Hills I don't want to die on. Alphabetically
first of the fabled 7 hills of Rome. Yo, the second he sees that shit, he goes, yes.
First of the fabled 7 hills of Rome, it boasts the Basilica of Santa Sabina, which dates to the 5th century.
He's gonna stop it. Once he sees New York City's taken over, he just goes.
Overwhelm a colony, a queen lays hundreds of eggs and can establish a self-sustaining hive that spreads exponentially across the entire region. Their biology makes them devastating, and as the android Ash once said, they are the perfect organism. They are suited to any environment, can survive extreme temperatures, can exist in the vacuum of space, and their molecular acid blood makes them nearly impossible to kill without dying yourself. Not only are they fast and intelligent, but they don't radiate heat, making them invisible to thermal imaging. Another regional catastrophe would be the Guemul from the Host that goes on a rampage through Seoul, causing South Korea's entire emergency response system and military to be activated for one creature. And moving away from infrastructure damage is the—
Yeah, I fully believe that if a monster like this ever got released, I don't think they're trying to contain it. I think they're just nuking us. Like, say you live in a city where, like, Godzilla gets released, yo, they are nuking your ass. It's a contamination thing. Like, it's like, if this gets out, it's bad.
Kayako Saeki from The Grudge, which unlike Samara Morgan, curses the whole location and is parasitic through touch, which most people don't know about. Anyone who enters a compromised location becomes instantly part of the curse. Then anyone who encounters this person or merely touches them becomes unalive. The curse spreads across cities, taking the lives of thousands and even reaches America. You can't burn the house down either, they've tried that. This curse also possesses people to commit atrocities, which spawns another curse where the atrocity was committed, separate to the curse before.
Oh, that is fucking terrifying. I've never seen this film.
That. And finally, to round up the regional catastrophes is King Kong, who seems almost quaint compared to modern kaiju, but his intelligence and agility makes up for his disadvantages.
Yeah, but King Kong's kind of nice, though, you know? He's, like, misunderstood.
He is devastating on a regional scale, as seen in the movies, but the reason he isn't a national threat is, let's be real, the missiles he was taking were standard missiles and cruise missiles, but he's not surviving a GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator to the head.
I love how he gives the specific missile. He's not like, oh, he's not surviving a nuclear bomb. He's not surviving a G-58 bomb with high caliber fucking speed rounds out of a B-52 bomber dropped from an altitude of 20,000 feet going 98.7 miles per hour.
What makes level 4 different is the scale and response, as these monsters force entire regions to mobilize. The death toll climbs into the hundreds or thousands, and the economic and infrastructure damage approaches Avengers level. But if we took this and scaled the power even higher, we get
Level 5 National Threat.
The flip? The flip? Is this just not another xenomorph?
Now we're talking creatures that can't be stopped by conventional military force, and
oh, it's the Queen.
Nukes become the top option despite it might not even working. Monsters like Clover, Xenomorph Queen, Rodan, and the Otachi are national threats. Don't sleep on Rodan.
Yo, I would love if he just rage baited and put like Mothman at level 6. Level 6, the Jersey Devil.
This badass went
Yeti
toe to toe with King Ghidorah and only lost because, well, it's Ghidorah. And Clover destroyed New York City in one night. It's strong, aggressive, and covered in bear-sized parasites that are deadly predators themselves. We see that conventional defense such as tanks, airstrikes, and guided missiles don't work. The hammer down protocol at the end is likely a tactical nuke on American soil. That's what it takes to make.
Yeah, I think I went into this video going with the idea of like, okay, level 1 through 7 is going to be off like scariness and death, where it's just like, oh, death count. Like the monster that kills the most people.
Kill Clover. And moving up the food chain, we get the Otachi, a bioweapon created by an alien race. The Otachi is a category 4 kaiju, the second strongest, losing only to its more superior counterpart, the Slattern, which falls in the next level. These kaiju can destroy cities in a whim, along with their toxic blood that poisons entire water systems. If the rift hadn't closed, then humanity most certainly would have faced extinction. And finally, the Balrog from Lord of the Rings, a demon from the ancient world. It destroyed an entire dwarven kingdom, and it took Gandalf, another Maya, dying and being resurrected by literal gods to kill it. All the monsters on this level have to be neutralized in a special way, may it be the chainsword in Pacific Rim to kill the Otachi, or relying on a volcano to incinerate them like with Rodan. But either way, with the help of humanity's greatest minds and soldiers, they can be stopped. And before we move on, it would be a dream if you could help this channel reach 4,000 subscribers, and it's completely free. Thank you.
Level 6.
Just don't have a cat with a gun on me. Godzilla level 6. What is level 7? The Thing! The Thing! Cinema. That's the thing, right? That's the thing.
Global threat.
The endgame. The monsters that can wipe out our species and send us to play with the dinosaurs.
Oh my god! Yes! 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 Level 7, admittedly, but, you know, level 6, I'll let it slide. I'll let it slide. Best movie ever. Best movie ever, it's fine. Whatever.
Dinosaurs. Monsters like Godzilla, The Thing,
Chat, you don't understand. The Thing's worse than a xenomorph. Because a xenomorph, you know it's a xenomorph. The Thing is killing you like a xenomorph, but it looks like your mom, you know? Like, it's killing you and then cloning your body and replacing you with all of your memories. So it's like, it's just you. It's you in every way outside of the fact that it's the Thing.
King Ghidorah, the fighting...
And you have no way of knowing. Well, no, there's blood tests and you get into that. They can't replicate earrings and body piercings and shit.
Machines from War of the Worlds and the Death Angel.
But it would kill everybody. The only way you could really stop the thing is if you were like a North Sentinelese Islander. Like, if you would have to live somewhere so remote that nobody would ever find you.
It's only, and I emphasize only, if they come in the thousands through meteors like in A Quiet Place Day 1. Otherwise, one singular Death Angel would go into Predator level. These apocalypses require divine intervention to win, like in War of the Worlds, where the only way the tripod fighting machines were stopped was through catching a cold. This thing can take nukes like it's nothing but got stopped by a little sneeze. And do I need to say anything about Godzilla? His mere presence causes seismic activity across the Pacific Rim, and his atomic breath has the yield of a thermonuclear weapon.
Well, it's also hard to gauge Godzilla because there's so many Godzilla movies where he ranges from like basically level 2 to level 10. Like, he breaks the scale in some ways, you know what I mean? Like, if you watch a Godzilla film, there's ones where he's just kind of like local city threat. He's like 1/10 the size as other Godzillas. There's ones where he has like plasma rays shooting out of his fucking mouth. Like, he could just kill Earth instantly. It's inconsistent in like how strong he is.
He can even drill a hole through the earth with his heat ray and can...
I watched this Godzilla movie every time, bro. We need a Godzilla's here. It's like you're always watching and they just like lore vomit onto you. They're like, Godzilla's in the underworld with King Kong, but he's broken free. He's awoken from his slumber. This hasn't happened in 57.7 years. We didn't expect him to wake from now. We have to go get King Kong and give him some cool gear. Oh, but King Kong has a toothache. That's gonna delay our problem.
Fling King Kong like he's a child. And the only monster that can go toe to toe with Godzilla without help or a weapon is King Ghidorah, a 3-headed alien dragon that can fly at supersonic speeds, regenerate from almost any wound, and shoot lightning gravity beams from each mouth. Ghidorah creates global superstorms just by existing, with hurricanes forming around him wherever.
Your calluses are level 7. They're not that bad. They kind of look like blisters. They kind of look like blisters on my hands. What do you mean, ew? What do you mean, ew? What do you want me to wear fucking fingerless gloves at the gym like a loser?
There he goes.
The one chatter that wears fingerless gloves at the gym.
He's an alpha predator that can control the minds of other titans. The only thing that stops him is Godzilla, not humanity. And finally, the Thing.
Oh my god, I've been waiting. I've been waiting.
The most insidious threat on this list because you can't see it coming. It's an extraterrestrial organism that assimilates any living creature it touches, perfectly replicating them down to their memories. If it had reached civilization, every infected person becomes a new infection vector. You could even argue this makes it a cosmic level threat if it were to enter space. All the monsters on this list could take over planets, and there's very little humanity could do about it.
Bro, I think, like, the Thing has an easier stoppable rate, but a higher ceiling. Does that make sense? Like, Godzilla, problem. You know, Godzilla, oh, fuck. But, like, you got Godzilla like, say Godzilla spawns on Earth, everybody's just gonna start sending fucking B-52s to, like, bomb the shit out of it. You know, at some point it'll die. But if you have the Thing, it's going to become a pretty big... You either snuff it out like in the movie, or it becomes a pretty big problem pretty fast before anybody knows. And then at that point, it's like, well, there's nothing you could do. Like, you don't know where it is.
But they're not steamrolling multiple planets or have the potential to be a universally existential threat, unlike...
Level 7, Existential.
Bro, okay, Final Destination. Is that a monster? That's just death. Does that count? Final Destination is just death. Yeah, I guess that's a monster. But, like, that's just death itself. Or a karma. Why is Pennywise on 7? Because he's technically, like, a demon.
We've now reached near godlike beings, and in the case of one of them, death itself.
Yeah, bro, like, I don't know. Death itself, that's not really a monster.
These are forces that exist beyond.
That was Candyman? Bro, that shit was not. I'm telling you right now, if Candyman is on this fucking list. That was not Candyman. That was the guy from Final Destination. He's the doctor.
Our dimension and beyond our reality. Monsters like Cthulhu, Death from Final Destination.
Why is my middle finger so bent? Who cares, dickhead? You ain't seen Final Destination. I know that motherfucker.
And Pennywise as Deadlights are cosmic threats. Cthulhu is a priest of the great old ones, and his mere existence warps the minds of anyone who perceives him. Cthulhu can conquer without lifting a finger. H.P. Lovecraft
Candyman level 8. The bees.
Even described him as a being so alien that the human mind cannot process his true form without fracturing completely. When he awakens, humanity goes mad and then gone in an instant. And to quote Lovecraft, Cthulhu is not composed altogether of flesh and blood and can never truly perish. When the stars are right, they can plunge from world to world through the sky. And similarly, Pennywise in its true form is not just a clown. It's an entity older than the universe. The Deadlights are a construct of pure, ancient evil that predates our cosmos. They are powerful enough to cause instant death, permanent insanity, or a catatonic state simply by being looked at. They can destroy, consume, and trap human consciousness operating at...
Oh shit, I haven't seen the show of the origin of Pennywise. I might be dead wrong, bro. I forgot that he just took the life in figure shape of that clown. He's not actually... Like, I knew he's not actually a clown, but it's like... He is a lot scarier when you make the connection in your head that he's just making himself look like that, when in reality he could look like anything.
Cosmic level, with the only way to permanently destroy is to hope...
What in the flat earth photo is this? Ice wall on the back of a turtle? Oh, Jesus.
Maturin, the giant turtle, intervenes. And finally, Death from Final Destination. You can't fight death, it's as simple as that. And also, those movies traumatized me as a kid. It's why I'll never go on a balancing beam or go in a tanning bed in my life. Anyway, what makes level 7 different from every other level is the scale, as they threaten sanity, reality, and existence itself, requiring literal gods to defeat. And if you want to see the 7 levels of psychopaths, check
Anton Chigurh! Anton Chigurh!
out this video here.
Bro, Anton Chigurh could be on the monster list, bro. Trust. Call it. This coin has been here for 22 years. It's been waiting to get to you. Call it. Well, what do I stand to win? Everything. Solid scene. I could rewatch that. He made that movie. The 7 levels of monsters. Lock it. Rewind. We're 6 seconds in. Rewind.
The 7 levels of monsters. Explained.
Level 1. Do I want to guess? Level... I can't really guess any levels between 2 and 6. Level 1 has to be like shitty grunts. Like a level 1 brute. Like a zombie. Is a zombie more than level 1? Level 7's gotta be like Art the Clown. Like something that's just like an individually terrifying thing or idea.
Level 1, local threat.
The bottom of the food chain.
We're local threat. We're putting fucking Texas Chainsaw Massacre at level 1. Oh, because you have to like be in his house for him to kill you. You could just run away and he leaves you alone.
Threat.
Oh my God, the smile demon. Something that like follows you around. The smile demon is like level 7.
The bottom of the food chain. Not because they're bad monsters, but because you can literally leave or alternatively beat the crap out of. Most of these monsters you have to go to them. They're most likely not even hunting you. For example, those descent creatures. There's a reason you stick to tourist...
I don't know. Like, yeah, you have to go to them, but there's certain creatures that are still really fucking scary. Like the Conjuring house. It's like a ghost, but if you're not in the house, it's not going to kill you. But if you are in the house, that's fucking terrifying. Like, from an outside perspective, yeah, level 1, just don't go near it. But, like, that's fucking terrifying if you're inside of it. I'm not going, oh, that's a level 1 monster. I think a level 1 monster is like a zombie a werewolf.
Explored caverns, and as we see from the movies, all it takes is for a woman with a disloyal boyfriend to absolutely go ham on these creatures and to come out somewhat alive. Other monsters like Leatherface, yes, humans can certainly be monsters, the Pale Man, Frankenstein's monster, the Creeper, and Gremlins fall into this category. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, gremlins are kind of more just like weird goblin creatures than monsters. They might not even be level 1. They're like mischievous.
I'm not saying they won't.
Like a leprechaun would be in level 1.
Won't rock your shit. They absolutely will, but their threat is limited to a few miles. Oh, but the Creeper can fly. Firstly, that lazy, unemployed sloth only wakes up every 23 years for 23 days so we can spawn camp his sleeping bag. And even then, he's basically a road hazard. Bat soup is more globally dangerous than him. The Creeper has to eat similar parts of humans to regenerate its own counterpart. Therefore, we can lure it using a trap.
Yeah, I think like any of those monsters, dude, even like the Jersey Devil, Bigfoot, are those monsters? I mean, they're more like they're like mysterious creatures, but even those are like level 1, bro. Mothman, yeah, shoot him with a fucking gun. Never understand. I'm gonna have the take that like Voldemort is a level 1 monster. I can't get over the fact that in the Harry Potter world, having a revolver is more powerful than the most powerful spell in existence. Before he goes, Avada, I just shoot him right between the eyes. He's dead. That's not an L take. If you live in the Harry Potter verse and you have an AK-47, you are Voldemort times 30. Because any spell, yes, they have cloaks of invisibility, but if they don't know that you have a gun and you just kind of look like a regular guy, you are infinitely more powerful than them. So he can't be above level 1 because a human idea and concept could just kill him.
Of people who are scared, as we know it.
He has a shield charm. He has a shield charm. You think his shield charm's stopping a fucking rocket launcher? What if I fucking stuff a grenade in his cloak? Is his shield charm stopping that? Yes? Bro.
Tracking
there's just no world where he survives that. He could teleport.
Cortisol from its third nostril. Once we trap it, we can rip its wings off and it wouldn't have the ability to regenerate wings unless it eats—
Wow, Lucifer's a show that I loved and then just stopped watching.
Wouldn't have the ability to regenerate wings unless it eats Ronnie Coleman's—
That's like half the shows that I watch, though. I get to season 3 and I go, what's this new show? Let me start that.
That's. From there, cut it up and make sure it can never regenerate again. And don't even get me started on Leatherface. He's bound to his—
Leatherface is the lamest fucking villain ever, dude. I can't get over that shit. It's just like a stupid depiction of Ed Gein, and it's just like a big, semi-chubby guy with a chainsaw that's covering his face in human skin. He has no visual capabilities, and he's slow. Just run away. That is, like, he is the easiest guy to defeat.
Bomb, and last I checked, he's not surviving 6 guided missiles from an M142 high-mobility artillery rocket system. And Frankenstein's—
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's not the take I was going for, yeah. Yeah, high-tech military capabilities are probably taking him down.
Monster, here's the plan. We hogtie Victor Frankenstein like his Red Dead and deliver him on a silver platter. He's happy, we're happy. Job done. The monsters on this level are usually locationally dependent or can be exploited quite easily. The Pale Man is my favourite monster ever by far, but it's magically bound in its lair. Like the rest of this list, you have to actively enter their domain for them to be our—
I have never seen the Pale Man. He looks through his eyes and his hands. Like, what?
Their domain for them to be our problem. There's not much risk to civilization here, unlike—
Level 2. Predator.
Oh my god, Chucky. I don't know if you could have Michael Myers. No, Michael Myers, he just run away from his town. But Michael Myers is technically immortal. And so is Jason. Chucky, on the other hand, is stupid shit. I think Chucky's probably one of the worst monsters. He's just like a conniving doll. He's like a fucking Goosebumps story. Kick him in the fucking teeth. Break him.
Now we're dealing with monsters that hunt you and most definitely are a threat. These aren't confined to one house or cave. They're mobile, methodical, and oftentimes—
I feel like Jason has to be level 3, no? Michael Myers could be level 2. But because Jason will run at you. Michael Myers only walks. Again, just have a 4.5 mile per hour pace, and you are not dying to Michael Myers. Even if he teleports or whatever, if he's like in your vision, he's just going to like walk towards you, and the second you're out of town, he fucks off.
It's relentless. Monsters like Jason Voorhees, Freddy Krueger, Michael Myers, Diddy, and Chucky are predators. Jason's killed across multiple states.
Diddy's level 2.
It's from Crystal Lake, Manhattan, even outer space if you count Jason X. His most underrated ability is his intelligence. He showed proficiency in setting traps and wielding various weapons with insane efficiency. He also demonstrated SEAL Team 6 tactical skills by disabling electronics and cutting off communication lines before hunting his victims. And just like his
Bro, did we just say he had SEAL Team 6 level tech for turning off a circuit breaker? This guy must have been in the Green Berets. This guy knew how to fucking turn off the lights in the house.
arch nemesis,
He cut the wires.
Freddy Krueger, is also an absolute threat that hunts you in your sleep. The dream world is his home court advantage as he has reality warping powers capable of turning someone into a cockroach. He also went band for band with Jason, so we know he can take the upper echelon of beatings. But here's Freddy's fatal flaw. In dreams he's invincible, but when he's pulled into the real world he becomes mortal and can be killed. He's also geographically limited as he is obsessed with terrorizing Springwood. If you move away from
I just hate the whole Freddy. I hate the whole Freddy Krueger series, man. The whole point is like, we can't fall asleep. They fall asleep. We can't fall asleep. What do we do? They fall asleep, they die. It's like not as good as, I'd rather watch like idiots just run from Michael Myers for 2 hours.
Elm Street and forget about him entirely. He loses his connection to the physical world, which is exactly what happened in Freddy vs. Jason. Those limitations keep him at level 2. And before you diss Chucky, he's very much also a threat, using his size to his advantage through sneak attacks when you least expect it. Just because the later movies made it more of a joke and relied on brain-dead protagonists doesn't mean Chucky isn't capable, as evident from the first movie. The difference between this level—
He's a doll, bruh. I mean, like, what, is he filled with lead? Is he a tungsten cube? He weighs like 4 pounds. Even if he's possessed, he doesn't have the physical capability to kill most people. He's immortal, bro. I don't care. He's a fucking doll. Lock him in a box, man. Lock him in a box. I'd fucking tie his ass up.
And the last is that they're more seasoned killers and actively hunt. But I still wouldn't call them apex.
He's the strength of a full-grown man. I hate when... I'm gonna look up how strong is Chucky. His strength comes from dark voodoo magic. He has the viciousness of an adult human serial killer, allowing him to overpower adults. He could stab through wooden doors. Bro, but he has the strength of a full-grown man in a doll body. That's a nerf. That's a nerf. That's not a buff. Like, people say that as like, oh, he's tiny, but he's as strong as a full-grown man. I would rather have the size of a full-grown man and the strength of a full-grown man than the size of an infant and the strength of a full-grown man. He's a mini zombie. He's a baby zombie, bro. That's what he is. Like, yeah, he's got speed and stealth, I guess, but it's like you can still pick his ass up.
Predators, as they're not leveling cities or threatening nations with supernatural abilities.
How much does he weigh? Bro, I don't know. They're gonna say the voodoo magic weighs him down like he's fucking Thor's hammer or some shit.
He's unlike
level.
He's unpickupable. Yo, you are on crack if you're putting Art the Clown at level 3. No. Unless we're talking like level 7's Dormammu and it's just like a universal swallowing figure, Art the Clown is like the scariest fucking... He's a demon. And he also like tortures you to death and smiles while it's happening. Like, that's not... Oh, God. I just can't... No, I can't sit here and say Art the Clown's level 3.
Apex Predator.
Level 2 monsters you can theoretically escape or rely on a gimmick, but level 3 gets a bit more dangerous as their supernatural abilities are more prominent. Monsters like Samara Morgan, Art the Clown, Burgul, and the creature from It Follows are apex predators. Imagine your dumbass friend shows you a tape that says do not watch, and next thing you know you're fighting Samara Morgan in hand to hand.
I don't know, you could escape Art the Clown. Like, the one scene in the third movie when he's at a bar, he's kind of like bantering with everybody. In that moment, if you went, this shit's weird, I'm out. Just leave. Like, you know what I mean? He's getting a drink. There's like 5 guys at the bar, and they're all pestering him, and he's like pulling these weird fucking things out of his trash bag. In that moment, I'm going, that's fucking weird. I'm leaving. You live. But they pester him, and then he pulls out a gun and fucking shoots everybody.
And combat.
And that's why Art the Clown's also above level 3. Art the Clown in a losing scenario will default to just killing your ass. He has no rules he lives by. Michael Myers just is like, oh, I have to kill you with a chef's knife, and I'm going to walk. Whereas Art the Clown in a losing scenario just goes, fuck it. Bang. And just shoots you.
And no offense, you're not winning. Okay, sure, you can show the tape to someone else, but you're not exactly defeating
Level 4, Anton Chigurh.
It from humanity's perspective. Similarly,
the scene with him in the tractor. Editor, put that up.
The creature...
You don't know Anton Chigurh? Bro, Anton Chigurh might be level 7, dude.
From It Follows punishes you for getting too freaky. Bet you're finally glad you're a virgin now, because that's the only way you can beat this monster. But seriously, the entity doesn't eat, sleep, or tire, and while you can pass it on, you're never truly free. Once someone is killed by the entity, it goes back down the line in order, starting with the person who infected the most recent victim. And finally, another one of my favourite monsters in recent cinema is Art the Clown. And you're probably thinking, how can you put him in this level when he's invincible? Great question, viewer who hasn't subscribed yet.
Okay, yep, fair point, cinema guy. Fair point, cinema guy. You have swayed my hand, I did say that.
Art the Clown has no ambition. He's satisfied with his 9 to 5. He's the Goodwill Hunting of the horror universe. Despite being an immortal conjurer...
He doesn't want more. Art the Clown's not trying to climb the corporate ladder here, okay? Art the Clown's trying to josh around, you know, get his wage pay and smoke some weed, you know? Art the Clown is just trying to fucking chop up some bodies here and there, and then he goes into hibernation for another 5 years.
Of the devil himself, with teleportation abilities, this psycho is content with terrorizing a couple people as much as possible, rather than expanding his portfolio. He even lets you get hits in and waste time torturing individuals rather than reaching his full potential and taking a more efficient cleansing approach, if you catch my drift. With that being said, Art is still absolutely an apex predator wielding
Never understand that shit. Never understand that shit in horror movies. That's this, no, like, I understand it's needed for the part of the movie and it's like a part of slasher films, but I hate when it's like, they shoot the guy. This guy's been terrorizing them for weeks. Okay, he's killed 100 people. They shoot him. He gets up. He runs away. He comes back. They shoot him again. He gets up, runs away, comes back. Finally, they shoot him 3 times. Doom, doom, doom. He's lying on the floor bleeding out. And they're like, we got him. And they walk up. Guess who? He stands up and fucking kills your ass again. I'm chopping his head off, right? If I get him down and he's on the floor and he looks dead, I'm hacking his body into 5,000 pieces. Like, I'm not going, okay, we're gonna chance that he's still here.
Natural abilities, and in Terrifier 2, we see him control time and space, twisting reality to confuse and disorient his victims. Another key aspect of Art's powers in Terrifier 2 and 3 is his ability to heal quickly. We see him take incredible damage like being hacked and shot, but he recovers almost immediately and keeps on going. What separates level 3 from level 2 is that these monsters now operate on an even more extensive supernatural level. They require rituals, specific knowledge, or divine intervention to stop. But when you take an apex predator...
What the fuck? We're only halfway through the fucking video. What's after that? Like, are we going like entities? Like, I think he's gonna get to, like, the Smile Demon. Or, like, Bird Box or some shit. Like, Godzilla. Level, yeah, Kong. He destroyed... Dormammu, Destroyer of Worlds.
And force feed it an audiobook from...
Bro, Pennywise is not level 7, chat. Pennywise kills people and then goes to bed for fucking 27 years. Like...
Sun Tzu, The Art of War, you get...
Level 4, Regional Catastrophe.
Oh my god, we're actually... Okay, Alien, sure. Kong, yeah. I don't know. They're just not as scary. You know, I feel like a personable creature's a lot more scary than, like, Godzilla.
We've officially left the realm of individual destruction and
Barbarian boob monster. Yeah, if the barbarian boob monster is shown at all in this video, I crash out. You will witness my face turn red in a matter of seconds.
entered mass casualty events that will rack up Avengers level infrastructure damage numbers. Monsters like the Guemul, Kayako Saeki, King Kong, Xenomorph, and the Yautja are regional catastrophes. When one of these bad boys get loose, the government declares—
Yeah, I think aliens definitely won. Like a xenomorph problem would destroy Earth or like a country.
As states of emergency and entire cities get evacuated. The Xenomorph is unique, as you could make an argument it goes in the lower tier, but given their ability to multiply and that their evolution's greatest creation for being a predator, they can be regional catastrophes. This is seen in Aliens when Hadley's Hope colony with a settlement was completely overrun in a matter of weeks.
Oh my god, chat, I just... See, here comes the glaze again. What are the odds the Thing's up on this list? What are the odds the Thing, a mimic of sorts?
What?
0? Bro, that could infect everyone, though.
One singular infestation
If you released The Thing into New York City, the whole world's dead.
spawned
Everyone dies.
150 plus xenomorphs, requiring nuclear destruction of the entire facility to stop. We will also see the Xenomorph Queen in the next level, because while individual drones can
Like I'd let that happen. Oh, McChunky's gonna stop it. Why people hate comedians now?
It's the summer of 2025, and world-famous comedian Pete Davidson is on a plane headed straight for...
Okay, no shit on Pete Davidson, but like, I don't understand how he got so much bigger than any of the other SNL people around his era. Because Pete Davidson is like a funny guy, but I feel like he's a very niche person. You know, it was Ariana Grande. I think that made him more mainstream, but I don't think that made him like more put. People saying bacon, bacon, bacon.
Okay, great. That's awesome. Oh, you froze. Pete? Bacon, bacon, bacon.
I mean, outside of Pete Davidson, why people hate comedians now? I think it's because none of them make movies. Their comedy specials suck. They all just grift towards podcasts because it's what makes them the most money. It's like, I can't hate on them, but it's like most comedians don't actually create much anymore. It's a lot of low effort podcast stuff.
Saudi Arabia.
I just, I get the routing and then I see the number and I go, I'll go. I've been...
Oh, that whole bit where a bunch of comedians went to Saudi Arabia and like sold out for like millions of dollars or something.
Getting a little bit of flack just because like my dad died 9/11.
And he's not alone.
Saudi Arabia's first comedy festival, I think. And they had a bunch of comedians go out there.
Using it to deflect attention from their human rights record.
How do you even promote that? Like from the folks that brought you 9/11.
It was like Dave Chappelle, Kevin Hart, Bill Burr.
I wish COVID killed more people.
Louis C.K.
I might have killed a few people.
Aziz Ansari.
I kill for gay people.
I want to ask you about this comedy festival over in Saudi Arabia. These are not good people over there.
Pick from Chris Rock. Nobody know. Don't tell them anyone.
You stole a joke from Chris Rock?
Yeah, I do it. Nobody know.
The government provided crucial assistance to the hijackers.
So
I'm glad you asked, because it's something I put a lot of thought into. I was just there to do a show for the people.
I'm being paid a lot of money to not care about what they do in their country.
But while this is the first time it's...
How much do you think they're getting paid to not care? They're basically getting paid an absurd amount of money to just write off like the mounds of hate they receive from their audience. Okay, I'm not liking the 9/11 aspect. They're basically calling all Middle Easterns terrorists. Yeah, no, that's definitely racist. How they're trying to say the one voiceover where they're like, they're basically doing a show for the people that funded terrorism. I'm like, okay, that's like extremely racist. You can make your arguments that like the people that are the rich, I guess, moguls or millionaire billionaires that are putting on this show are bad people and like contribute to like very bad work conditions or like borderline slavery. But like, I feel like that's an entirely different conversation than 9/11 24 years ago. Most of the guys that are probably paying for this were like children then.
This is all part of an ongoing controversy that started back in 2017.
Saudi Arabia is buying up esports. And actually, the entertainment industry more generally, too.
Your Vision 2030.
Dude, did you see the picture with like all the people? It was such a random image. It was just all the people from Squid Games, Mr. Beast, I Show Speed, and like professional soccer players. Just all in a room posing. I feel like so many, it's not uncommon, like shit in the UAE or like Dubai. Like they will just spend to give a facade of how great this specific area is. Like that's not new news, you know? I think it's new that they're doing it with comedians and like comic shows, but like, bro, I think the entire point of like Dubai as a city in terms of like marketability towards rich people is building bigger, better, and greater things to make more and more people move over there. Dubai already has a bunch of laws in place that effectively enable it to be like a safe haven tax-wise for a lot of businesses, but they can't really give that oomph to people to move there. And they have like different sectors similar to like New York City or big cities and how they function and where you're able to like hold taxes and not get like it's a big money game on why Dubai's rich and why people decide to move there or move their businesses there. But it's like a lot of the, I guess, flaunting of money shit that they do is for that purpose. It is to flex, but it's also to put this facade of like, wow, look how great this city is. Like, you should move here. And it's like kind of like marketing towards the rich. Why they're choosing a bunch of comedians, I don't know.
It is really beautiful.
Saudi Arabia had just gotten a new leader, the young and ambitious Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, or MBS.
What do you have fun doing?
Video games.
Oh, what's that? Video games. You're a big gamer.
He knows his kingdom's reputation isn't great. The US State Department's put them at high risk for travelers, so tourism is basically non-existent, and foreign investors are hard to come by.
An interesting tweet from billionaire Saudi prince appears to offer an award of 100 Bentleys to the pilots involved in the Saudi bombing campaign.
So, MBS announces Vision 2030, a plan to turn Saudi Arabia into a mecca of tourism and entertainment.
I think that the new Europe will be the Middle East.
Things start off pretty well. He lightens up some of the religious laws, gives women some rights, and opens up movie theaters. The headlines look great. However,
I think that is one of the big downsides. It's like the modernization of like the traditions are still there, and religiously there are a lot of reasons why they function the way they do. But like from a Westerner perspective, like you're not going to want to take your family to Dubai or Saudi Arabia if like the restrictions on their people or women specifically are heavy. You know, it's like just not, it's conflicting values. So like if you want that level of tourism, it's almost impossible to get unless you literally change how your country and your people function, which I don't think they have to do by any means. But I'm saying like, it's not some mystery why, right, nobody goes.
It seems like most of the reforms' only function is to help them rebrand.
The Crown Prince has made a public show of allowing some women to drive.
Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince believed by Western intelligence agencies to have ordered the butchery of journalist Jamal Khashoggi.
But the changes do enough to impress the right people, and MBS is hailed as a visionary.
More striking, social revolution with women driving the change.
Has really done things, and I think especially what you've done for women.
You know, a lot of people have described you as a visionary leader. I talked to a number of...
Well, the table of all men. You know, you've done really great stuff for women. There's just only dudes. Just only dudes at the table.
Your citizens, and that's how they describe you. And you didn't even plant them. That's really how they talk about you.
To handle the entertainment.
Isn't this about comedians? Yeah, it's giving the history of like how it led up to the big comedy show.
Inside is Muhammad's right-hand man in a high school.
Dude, I think the other thing that like I guess is the downside is, yes, they put on these big tourist events and attractions for people, and they are trying to lure in, you know, wealthy individuals to come tour there and, you know, bring money and I guess energy into the city and the country. But if you're throwing on like a toured show where you have fucking 80 of the world's best comedians come fucking do their work, I'm assuming it's going to be absurdly expensive, you know, to go see that show. It's like Coachella. It'd be like saying, hey, we're trying to make Coachella Valley feel more like a tourist spot. So we're going to hold a huge music festival that costs $10,000 for the average person to fucking go to. Like, yeah, it's fun, but it's fucking a goddamn waste of money. You know what I mean? Like, I went to Coachella. It was the most expensive thing I have ever fucking done in terms of an experience, you know? Not the most expensive thing I've ever bought, but it's like, Dude, it was $10,000 for two people. For two people. I went to Iceland for a week for cheaper. And so in the same front, maybe, I don't know how expensive this comedy show is, but I'm assuming it's fucking out of the average person's budget. You know, Disney World flying to fucking the UAE or the Middle East to come fucking, you know, watch a comedy show. Like, which are you going to choose? Both are expensive. One's really fucking expensive and halfway across the world.
Gaming buddy, Turkey Al-Sheikh. He starts by investing in his passion for boxing.
I felt like it was something that could never be fixed until this guy showed up. He has invested more money, and more money into this sport than literally ever. So,
as I said last week.
Well, I mean, didn't they, doesn't Saudi Arabia have Ronaldo now for like $1 billion contract? I'm pretty sure EA Games just sold to somebody in Saudi Arabia, right? Like an investor. Like, they're buying up a lot. Like, they own a lot. Like, everyday shit you use, even if as an English-speaking Westerner, is probably owned or functionally, I guess, profited by individual. They have EA. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's recent, though. Mr. Beast 2? What do you mean? They didn't buy Mr. Beast's channel.
I hate Tom and Jerry's kinds of boxing.
Then creates his own organization. For soccer, golf, TED Expos, esports, and even signs contracts with the UFC.
With my brother Dana White, and
I perceive it as we don't know how much they're getting paid. I perceive it as an undeniable amount of money. Like, remember when so many people were taking stake contracts back when it wasn't banned on Twitch, and they were making like XQC or like train wrecks, and like those guys were making like literally tens of millions of dollars. Like, I think for them to do like one comedy show, say their average base pay is like $250K, they're like, we'll pay you $2.5 million. We'll pay you $5 million to come perform one time. And they're like, yeah, funny money. Life-changing money, regardless of whether or not they have money already. Like, an amount of money that would retire your great-great-grandkids. Like, that's how much they're getting offered.
To have big car, next big car.
And WWE.
History will undoubtedly be made again. You are making history a lot lately.
Pretty soon it becomes painfully clear that if Turkey wants something, he likely has the means to get it.
The guy he looked at the scorecard. Yeah, he looked at the
listen, they control the sport of boxing right now. I don't think it's hard for them.
How much money do they have?
Steal anybody from anybody. He and I have become very close friends.
What's his name? Turkey Al-Sheikh. $2.8 billion. But that's off of net worth. It's also the power that over $1.4 trillion for the whole family. Huh? The House of Saud, the royal family of Saudi Arabia, sits on a mind-blowing $1.4 trillion plus fortune. Huh? $1,400 billion. Their wealth began with the discovery of oil in their area in 1930s. What the fuck? $1.4 trillion? So they're just throwing money at shit.
Listen, they control the sport of boxing right now. I don't think it's hard for them to steal anybody from anybody. He and I have become very close friends in a very short amount of time, and there aren't a lot.
I mean, they're so rich that it's like, even if they say no, it's like there's an amount of money that is irrefusable. By every national sport in the U.S., bro, they could literally just start, they could just start buying teams.
Deal like this with.
They could literally just own the NBA.
There's no people, actually. He's the only guy, to be honest with you, so.
I want to tell you, I don't have the magic. I have something more powerful than the magic.
Money?
Behind me, there is big mountain. You cannot see the end of the mountain.
This is a never-ending giant mountain of cash.
Over the next few years, he offers the highest level sports players absurd amounts of money to leave their league and come play in Saudi Arabia.
Each will have to answer for their part.
Damn, do you think there's people that have said no? There has to be, bro. If you're a pro athlete sitting on like $200 million and you love playing soccer and they come to you, you know, Turkey comes to you and he goes, I'm going to pay you $1 billion. Like, what's that? I'd be like, what's that doing for me? Messi? I mean, Messi still makes crazy money, but did Messi turn it down?
Participation.
Mbappe did too.
In so-called.
There's got to be. I mean, there's probably even more people like pro athlete wise or just like entertainers that are like, I don't care. because they're already just so rich.
Sports washing, an attempt by the government to distract from the country's human rights abuses.
Some people turn it down. Lionel Messi turned down a reported $1.5 billion offer, and Tiger Woods turned down $800 million. But most of the
Tiger Woods could wipe his ass with $800 million. I feel like both of them probably could. Honestly, I get Messi and Tiger probably saying just no.
time, it only takes one or two big stars to fold for the rest of the league to follow.
Again, it comes back to my gut feeling about you that if it was just about money, you'd be in Saudi Arabia, right, earning this king's ransom. But that's not what motivates you. You want to keep at the top.
Exactly. 6 weeks later, guess where he is?
Exactly. 6 weeks later, signs to a Saudi team.
He took all the oil money. I've lost a ton of respect for him.
Ronaldo is a cog in the system of Vision 2030.
Biggest name in the sport to join the Saudi-backed Live.
I do wonder, I'm not saying this would ever occur. I'm not saying this would ever occur. I'm not saying this is what's happening, and I'm not implying that this is what's happening. Is there a chance that it's like, they come to Ronaldo and they go, hey, we'll pay you $2 billion to do this. And he's like, nah. And they go, I wouldn't say no if I were you. You know, like if you're a rich and famous guy and somebody that's 5,000 times as wealthy as you is like, I want you to do this. And you go, no. I'm not suicidal. Knock on wood. I'm not suicidal. I'm not implying that. I'm actually curious. I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm saying, like, you could theoretically just be like, hey, you know, if you don't do this, your life's probably going to be a lot harder.
Golf league Phil Mickelson faced the music today.
No matter how successful this tournament could ever be, it can't counteract someone being murdered, can it?
Nobody here condones human rights.
Bro was not ready for that question.
Violations. But again, I love this game of golf. I've seen the good that it's done.
Can you just clarify what you're apologising for? Is it you're sorry for speaking the truth about the Saudis? Or are you sorry for the shameless hypocrisy of taking their money anyway?
But the pressure is on all defecting golfers to...
I would assume if there's some contract that they're signing that there's probably not an NDA, but some sort of clause where it's like, hey, you're not allowed to talk about this.
Answer the moral question. How much money
if a reporter asks you a question about this, just say, I don't know.
Are you willing to take to ignore human rights abuses?
And even after enduring some of the most painful grilling of all time, Turkey's method is simply bulletproof. Fast forward to 2025, this year's plans are their biggest so far.
There is a big
What are they doing with iShowSpeed? Bro, how much do you think they're paying him? He's starting his own soccer league. I think that's what it is, right?
price with him next year in basketball. He's a great man, and he have a great idea, and we...
Bro, Shaq has made money in every single marketplace that you could ever make money. Shaq gummies. Shaq was a DJ. Shaq did an Old Spice ad. Shaq's done insurance ads. Shaq's done fucking banking ads. Shaq's done NBA. Shaq's done everything. Like, that is the least surprising. Like, them getting Shaq is not surprising to me.
The entertainment sector is branching out to content creators, and now even comedy.
We're gonna talk about the crisis in Spain. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the crisis in Africa. Yeah, Russia. And I want to talk about...
Sorta.
Though this is no democracy, and there are...
What the fuck was that?
Red lines.
The sex and religions and this Trump job. I don't know what's Trump job.
Was that like a skit?
But
politics.
Yes, exactly.
Despite the country's insistence that conditions have changed, free speech is one thing that's not quite there yet.
A Saudi blogger was sentenced to 1,000 lashes for running a website advocating free speech in the country.
Needless to say, no one's expecting a comedy-related event anytime soon. But against all odds,
they're giving out lashes?
Turkey does it. 2 weeks, and over 50 of the world's most popular comedians, making this easily the biggest comedy festival in history. Definitely the most expensive.
Behind me, there is a big mountain. You cannot see.
Who did they get? Gabriel Iglesias. They already talked about a bunch of other people. Aziz, Pete Davidson, Kevin Hart, Dave Chappelle. Why are they cartoons? That's the podcast guys. I always forget their names.
Definitely the most expensive.
Behind me, there is a big mountain. You cannot see the end of the mountain.
Just like the previous buyout, some people turned down the money outright.
They were asking me to go to the Middle East soon.
Where? Why?
Saudi Arabia and UAE.
Dubai?
I think I'm gonna pass.
Yeah. For the troops? Is it for the troops?
I swear to God, they probably offered Shane. Like $30 million.
Not for the troops. It's for the Saudis.
For the fucking 3-day adventure.
For the Saudi princes?
Yeah, and everyone's like, yeah, you should do it. Everyone's doing it. It's like, for Saudis?
Yeah.
Weren't those the 9/11 guys?
But in the end, they get a...
See, I don't... Entirely different thing. See, that was also probably, I don't know if he was joking or not, because this is a podcast. Regardless, yeah, a little on the nose, a little more than on the nose. I would say that's the problem with Saudi Arabia now is what has been, being discussed in this entire video. 9/11 is literally like an extremist group that did terrorism in the United States in 2001, right? I think that is separate from modern day Saudi Arabia or just Middle Eastern people.
I think I'm going to go.
You're going to go?
And from there, it's follow the leader.
September 11th, theater at MSG, and then September 27th, Saudi Arabia with...
Yeah, I love how they're shouting it out. Oh my God, yeah, I'm going to fly over to the fucking UAE right now. Oh my God, October 9th? Oh, dude, I'm fucking free. Let me hop on a fucking $8,000 flight over to the fucking UAE.
Doing it too, right?
I am.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
October 8th. I figured the 7th would have been in poor taste, so I'm...
People talk about it here and there. However, it's not until 7 months later that people really start to express concern. Television actor Zach Woods posts a video to TikTok giving his 2 cents.
All of your favorite comedians are performing at the pleasure of Turki Al-Sheikh, and he is the head of the entertainment authority over there, and he has so many people thrown in prison because they tweeted stuff he didn't like about the soccer team or whatever, that there's a wing of a prison nicknamed after him where they hang people by their heels from the ceiling.
Now all the other comedians who turned it down start to speak up, and things get heated fast. Atsuko Okatsuka posts screenshots of her contract to Threads. Comedy fans...
That's got to be a legal bind. Posting screenshots of the contract publicly. Artists shall not prepare or perform any material that can degrade, defame, or bring into public disrepute, contempt, scandal, embarrassment, or ridicule the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, including leadership, public figures, Saudi Arabia, royal family, legal system, or government, any religion, religious tradition, religious figure, or religious practice.
See it, and most of them are immediately drawn to the list of prohibited topics, which it appears their favorite comedians have agreed to. They can't perform any material that's considered to degrade, defame, or bring into public disrepute, contempt, scandal, entertainment, or ridicule the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, including its leadership, public...
So Matt Rife isn't going? Yeah, Matt Rife doing a bunch of crowd work. So, hey, what do you do for a living? Just struggling on stage. All the people in the front row, just billionaires. Billionaires. Can't make fun of them. Oh, you all the way in the 450th row. What do you do? Oh, my God. You're also a billionaire?
Well, some of the bigger names make sense. A lot of them have built careers around being the free speech guys. Guys who push the boundaries.
Davidson went as far and even...
Yeah, that is very confusing that, like, some of the comedians that outwardly make fun of religion and just, like, anyone are now... not able to do that.
Call the crowd names like idiots and terms we can't say on TV.
Naturally, when fans hear they've essentially signed away their rights, they feel betrayed.
I am shocked at some of the names and not so surprised at others. I think that they have blood on their hands. I think
YouTube at Gay Ass Podcast.
It's disgusting.
You taking that money literally invalidates everything you've been doing for your whole career and the shit you've been talking.
Exactly.
So that's what comes with that. Yeah. Now you look like you full of shit.
Right.
Comedian Dave Cross drew attention for a statement on his website, quote, "I'm disgusted and deeply disappointed in this whole gross thing that people I admire with unarguable talent would condone this totalitarian thief."
Imagine all of them did say no, though, and then they had a really, like, grift towards, like, the bottom tier, C tier, like, early 2000s comedians. On the comedy special at Saudi Arabia, we have Rob Schneider. You remember him from Benchwarmers. Rob Schneider. We have all the side characters in all the Adam Sandler movies.
To resurface, showing the comedian's apparent hypocrisy.
But then didn't Chris Rock say he doesn't like going to university campuses anymore?
None of us do, because we're not going to play by their rules. You're ruining free speech.
I saw so many liberal white comics talking on us. First of all, we've never been the truth to power guys.
We've never been the ones out here. Like, there are people that are getting pushback, and like, based on some that they had said in the past, I kind of get it.
I feel like you're part of a movement in the last 10 years by comedians to be like, hey, let us say whatever we want.
Sure.
It's a kind of a free speech movement.
I feel like the response you have to have if you accept it is the money made it not matter, you know? Because, like, I think that's, like, right on. Yeah, you're hitting it right on the nose there. Like, you're just flat out being like, yeah, they paid me enough to where I don't care. But, like, I would kind of respect that more than just, like, beating around the bush. You know what I mean? Yeah, they paid me fucking $80 million, so I don't give a fuck.
Huge free speech absolutist.
My job is not to self-censor, right? Because there's no real censorship in our culture. You can say what you want, right? Not freedom of consequence. People will be upset. Was sentenced to 1,000 lashes.
Some of them are even condemning other people for taking the same kind of work.
You know, like, Burger's getting all this pushback, and it's like the first time I've seen in his career him not, like, aware of why it's happening.
Beyonce and Mariah Carey actually did private New Year's gigs for $1 million. Did New Year's gigs for Gaddafi's kids. Can you believe that? How much money do you need to make, you know?
This Messi deal is crazy. He turned down $1 billion from the Saudi government to go play in the United States.
A lot of times these athletes validate themselves through the contract that they get, even if they don't need the money. Right? And these contracts that you can get from Saudi or some of these oil states are so exorbitant, it makes you feel in the twilight of your career that you're still that dude. And maybe that's why Cristiano accepted it.
Oh, I didn't really think about that either, because they always get you on the back end. That is true. That's why they're not getting, like, Shane or other people that a whole family. Huh? The House of Saud, the royal family of Saudi Arabia, sits on a mind-blowing 1.4 trillion plus fortune. Huh? $1,400 billion. Their wealth began with the discovery of oil in their area in 1930s. What the fuck? $1.4 trillion? So they're just throwing money at shit.
Listen, they control the sport of boxing right now. I don't think it's hard for them to steal anybody from anybody. He and I have become very close friends in a very short amount of time, and there aren't a lot.
I mean, they're so rich that it's like, even if they say no, it's like there's an amount of money that is irrefusable. By every national sport in the U.S., bro, they could literally just start, they could just start buying teams.
Deal like this with.
They could literally just own the NBA.
There's no people, actually. He's the only guy, to be honest with you, so.
I want to tell you, I don't have the magic. I have something more powerful than the magic.
Money.
Behind me, there is big mountain. You cannot see the end of the mountain.
This is a never-ending giant mountain of cash.
Over the next few years, he offers the highest level sports players absurd amounts of money to leave their league and come play in Saudi Arabia.
Each will have to answer for their part.
Damn, do you think there's people that have said no? There has to be, bro. If you're a pro athlete sitting on like $200 million and you love playing soccer and they come to you, you know, Turkey comes to you and he goes, I'm going to pay you $1 billion. Like, what's that? I'd be like, what's that doing for me? Messi? I mean, Messi still makes crazy money, but did Messi turn it down?
Participation.
Mbappe did too.
In so-called.
There's got to be. I mean, there's probably even more people like pro athlete wise or just like entertainers that are like, I don't care. Because they're already just so rich.
Sports washing, an attempt by the government to distract from the country's human rights abuses.
Some people turn it down. Lionel Messi turned down a reported $1.5 billion offer, and Tiger Woods turned down $800 million. But most of the
Tiger Woods could wipe his ass with $800 million. I feel like both of them probably could. Honestly, I get Messi and Tiger probably saying just no.
Time it only takes one or two big stars to fold for the rest of the league to follow.
Again, it comes back to my gut feeling about you that if it was just about money, you'd be in Saudi Arabia, right, earning this king's ransom. But that's not what motivates you. You want to keep at the top.
Exactly. 6 weeks later, guess where he is?
Exactly. 6 weeks later, signs to a Saudi team.
He took all the oil money. I've lost a ton of respect for him.
Ronaldo is a cog in the system of Vision 2030.
Biggest name in the sport to join the Saudi-backed live.
I do wonder, I'm not saying this would ever occur. I'm not saying this would ever occur. I'm not saying this is what's happening, and I'm not implying that this is what's happening. Is there a chance that it's like they come to Ronaldo and they go, hey, we'll pay you $2 billion to do this. And he's like, nah. And they go, I wouldn't say no if I were you. You know? Like if you're a rich and famous guy and somebody that's 5,000 times as wealthy as you is like, I want you to do this. And you go, no. I'm not suicidal. Knock on wood. I'm not suicidal. I'm not implying that. I'm actually curious. I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm saying, like, you could theoretically just be like, hey, you know, if you don't do this, your life's probably going to be a lot harder.
Golf league Phil Mickelson Face the Music today.
No matter how successful this tournament could ever be, it can't counteract someone being murdered, can it?
Nobody here condones human rights.
Bro was not ready for that question.
Violations. But again, I love this game of golf. I've seen the good that it's done.
Can you just clarify what you're apologising for? Is it you're sorry for speaking the truth about the Saudis? Or are you sorry for the shameless hypocrisy of taking their money anyway?
But the pressure is on all defecting golfers to...
I would assume if there's some contract that they're signing that there's probably not an NDA, but some sort of clause where it's like, hey, you're not allowed to talk about this.
Answer the moral question. How much money
if a reporter asks you a question about this, just say, I don't know.
Are you willing to take to ignore human rights abuses?
And even after enduring some of the most painful grilling of all time, Turkey's method is simply bulletproof. Fast forward to 2025, this year's plans are their biggest so far.
That is a big
What are they doing with iShowSpeed? Bro, how much do you think they're paying him? He's starting his own soccer league. I think that's what it is, right?
Price with him next year in basketball. He's a great man, and he have a great idea, and we...
Bro, Shaq has made money in every single marketplace that you could ever make money. Shaq gummies. Shaq was a DJ. Shaq did an Old Spice ad. Shaq's done insurance ads. Shaq's done fucking banking ads. Shaq's done NBA. Shaq's done everything. Like, that is the least surprising... like, them getting Shaq is not surprising to me.
The entertainment sector is branching out to content creators, and now, even comedy.
We're going to talk about the crisis in Spain. Yeah, we're going to talk about the crisis in Africa. Yeah, Russia. And I want to talk about...
Sorta.
Though this is no democracy, and there are...
What the fuck was that?
Red lines.
The sex and religions and this Trump job. I don't know what's Trump job.
Was that like a skit?
But
politics.
Yes, exactly.
Despite the country's insistence that conditions have changed, free speech is one thing that's not quite there yet.
A Saudi blogger was sentenced to 1,000 lashes for running a website advocating free speech in the country.
Needless to say, no one's expecting a comedy-related event anytime soon. But against all odds,
they're giving out lashes?
Turkey does it. 2 weeks, and over 50 of the world's most popular comedians, making this easily the biggest comedy festival in history. Definitely the most expensive.
Behind me, there is a big mountain. You cannot see.
Who did they get? Gabriel Iglesias. They already talked about a bunch of other people. Aziz, Pete Davidson, Kevin Hart, Dave Chappelle. Why are they cartoons? For one night, he's getting $375K.
I will feel safe.
Dude, and that's one guy, and he's probably not back. To get more people to come to Saudi Arabia? I know. Not even a headliner.
In Riyadh, I believe in luxury.
I knew a kid in my class in 5th grade that left the United States. Like, he's probably like a fucking pre-show. Like I doubt Tim Dillon would be the headline. He's a big comedian, but he got kicked off of it for saying that stuff. They didn't let him go. That probably broke his contract. Kevin Hart's getting paid. I'm telling you right now, Kevin Hart ain't going to fucking Saudi Arabia for $375K. Kevin Hart's probably going for 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, fucking 50 million. Kevin Hart makes fucking $100 million in a goddamn stupid movie that loses $800 million. Like, Kevin Hart makes that in fucking one line in a movie.
I'm going to say something and people aren't going to like it. If you think for 1 second that some of the slaves in that country are not proud of what they've built. I was fired from the Riyadh Comedy Festival.
He'll move to Saudi Arabia. Have never heard from him since. But I know his dad, like, had a crazy...
Also revealed
immediately the jump cut forward. Job offer there. So I always wonder, like, how he's doing. I don't know if he still lives there. Eventually, oil will move away from main sources of energy. Yeah, so they're trying to look... Yeah, they kicked me off the show. I think I voided the... I think I said everything they told me not to say. For, like, a long-term financial stability outside of just oil, gas, and... I guess black gold.
Anywhere from $100,000 to $1.6 million. And while
they bought EA, yeah, I know about that. They're buying everything. That's what I'm saying. But it's like Saudi Arabia, and there's just so many. It's like a lot of
the audience appreciate.
I feel like $100K the comedian should be able to say no to, right? Like, bro, these are like some of the world's most known comedians. They got to be making money, man.
And while the audience appreciates the honesty, Saudi.
Not that $100K ain't a lot of money, but like $100K. I feel like that's not enough to be like, yeah, sure, I'll do the show.
Authorities, not so much. Another comedian named Jim Jeffries makes the same exact mistake while trying to defend them.
People have been going, oh, how dare you go over there after, oh, they killed a reporter. There's been a reporter.
He got kicked off.
Reporter who they killed. One reporter was killed.
Countries in that area. I was referencing Dubai.
By the government.
Also, Nimesh Patel chooses to drop
just because I think Dubai is also an example of like
drop out of the lineup and apologize to his fans.
What made me change my mind?
An area that uses a lot of like minimum wage immigrant workers.
Someone said, how can you be a free speech person here and then go to Riyadh? And that gave me a lot of...
That's also very valid. That's also very valid. For him to take that contract, maybe also unknowingly, like not really knowing what's going on fully in the country, his fans being like, why are you doing this? And then just being like, okay, I will not go.
Pause. Netanyahu asked me to do something. I'd say no. This feels like the same thing.
What Saudi Arabia's laws are like. I know Dubai's a bit different, but the UAE...
if it was life-changing money, I'd probably be over there. I'm just being honest with you guys.
One by one.
Oh, he's saying if they paid him more, he would have stayed. He as a whole is also different from Dubai. Dubai's like its own individual section of like finance.
All the superstar comedians make their way to Riyadh. Pete Davidson.
Financial freedom. I don't know a lot about Middle Eastern politics, so...
Jimmy Carr, Gabriel Iglesias, Kevin Hart. The venue is Boulevard City, Muhammad Al Ali Theater. Right as they arrive at the hotel, comedians are escorted through a gauntlet of interviews, gift receivings, and even sand rituals. Turkey posts all of it to social media, and the internet has a field day.
We got Dave Chappelle, Chris Rock, and the other...
Take everything I just said with a fucking grain of salt. All right.
Comics at the Riyadh Comedy Festival, engaging in some sort of weird handprint in...
We're about to do a Wikipedia speed run with hands up.
The sand ceremony.
Get used to me, because you're stuck with me now. So, Your Majesty, Your Highness.
I want to know what I can do to become a Saudi citizen. I'd like to start another family with the...
That is unreal glaze. That is unreal glaze. First day in the... Has he ever been there before? And he's been here for like 6 hours. Yeah, I'm coming off of 30 hours of no sleep. I'd love to start a family here. What's the process of getting citizenship?
In the Middle East.
The comedians take the stage, and pretty soon, quotes from the sets start making their way online.
Dave Chappelle had a lot to say, it seems. He says, right now in America, they say that if you want to talk about Charlie Kirk, that you'll get canceled. I don't know if that's true, but I'm going to find out. It's easier to talk here than it is in America. So...
Well, yeah, because you're talking to probably majorly Middle Eastern people about American politics. Like, I feel like it'd be easier to make like a really like fucked joke to people that aren't in the country in which the joke applies.
It's not exactly what critics want to hear.
I like that.
That'd be like, yeah, it's really easy for me to like, you know, just talk about Russia and like all the assassinations and things there to like people in Louisiana. You know, I can't do that over in fucking, you know, some unnamed city in Russia.
Turkey guy. I like turkey. He puts his mind to something, is happening. okay? It's powerful. He can.
I don't get these people, man. How greedy are they? I do want to say, I get what you're saying, and I think that what the one guy did where he took it and then dropped out when his fans mentioned it was like the most realistic scenario. But like, I think it is a little glazed over as well to not recognize the amount of money they're being paid. Like, in yours, you sitting there could be like, I'm not going to do it. I'm not defending these guys, by the way. Like, I don't think they should have done the show. But to say like, oh, how obvious it would be to just say no. Like when this guy comes up to you and goes, hey, 3 days of your time, I'll give you $2 million, which is what you'll make in your lifetime, right? It's kind of, it's not as easy as a no for the average individual, right? Now, these aren't average people. These are comedians that are extremely famous. And also, I would probably venture to say fairly wealthy, but...
Do you regret letting the women drive? It's just more people on the road. It's 100% more people and 100% more accidents. Honestly, I am surprised by how much shit you guys got here that we got back home. It's very similar in that regard. Like, you got a haunted house.
When the festival ends and the comedians finally come out to talk, it's clear that the weeks of silence have only made things build up inside.
I just want to let everybody know you're welcome, okay? Flagrant went out to the Middle East, and then all of a sudden there's a hostage agreement, there's a peace deal. I'm just saying.
But let's be frank, you never wanted my friendship. You were afraid to be my debt.
People are so stupid.
You know, they are bigging it up with positive responses, and some of them who weren't speaking to anyone before the festival began have come up with defenses of why it wasn't just about a big payday.
Did you or the other comedians have any sense?
Dude, this was like 3 years ago. There was some sort of thing that happened with my management where they were like, we might be able to send you to Dubai. And I was like, what? They were like, yeah, they'll pay you. I was like, for what? And they're like, to just go. And I'm like, do what? And they're like, post videos of Dubai. And I'm like, who the fuck's paying me? Right? It didn't happen. I never even saw a contract. But I remember, this might have been 2 years ago, but it was like something where there's like, they have like a section or a budget. I don't know if it's like government money, but it's like basically built for like, you ever see when influencers just randomly go to Dubai? They're not paying for that shit. Like when they're posting about like how awesome Dubai is, like 89, 95% of the time, they're not fucking going just to go. Right? Like they're probably getting the trip covered at least and doing like a post, or they're probably getting paid somehow. Like that's just my speculation, but it's just like when you see this TikToker, like, cause I don't know how much every social media person makes, but I'm in the social space, so I could have a guess. And I'll see these guys that I know are TikTokers or like social media people that aren't making millions of dollars, right? And they're spending 3 weeks in Dubai in a fancy fucking hotel. I'm like, this trip probably costs $30,000 fucking dollars, and you brought your friends, right? Like, there's no shot in hell that you just randomly on a whim were like, I'm gonna do this trip. Like, they had to be at least covering it. Would you have done it? I don't even know what it was. I remember I just had a conversation with him, and I was like, what do you mean they want me to go to Dubai? Like, what?
This kind of response when you got back?
No, I had no fucking idea because just for the record, I'm also doing London, England on that tour. So
how much for you to have done it? I think there's a difference between them being like, we'll cover your trip, you can do whatever you want. Like, if I was able to just like actually show the city and like walk around and show how it was, I think that's different when it's like, hey, we want to pay you to do this, but you're not allowed to talk bad about us, you know? Like, I have instances where I've really wanted to work with a brand and have them cover something, but I've also wanted to be able to freely speak about said brand, and they don't do that. Like, I love doing alcohol reviews, for example. I've really wanted to have alcohol companies cover reviews for me and be like, give me a bunch of product, but they won't do it unless I don't talk shit about them. So I'm like, I'm not going to do a fucking review where I'm not allowed to openly speak my mind about said product, food, drink, whatever it is. So in the same instance, if they wanted to send me to fucking Dubai and be like, hey, you could talk shit on us, we don't care, I'd be like, yeah, sure. Why not? But if it's like, you have to go and here's a 9-page contract on what you're not allowed to say, I'd go, yeah.
there's like that element of racism to it where if brown people are doing it, it's
up. Like, you either have fans in other places or you don't. I will perform for my fans wherever they are in the world. People don't decide where they're born.
So you did it for the fans.
What
was the backlash, though? Tell me what was the backlash? 'Cause
The backlash is just people who weren't invited and that don't even have fans outside of Brooklyn.
You know, there's people over there that don't agree with the stuff that the government's doing. And to ascribe like the worst behavior of the government onto those people, it's not fair.
Right, yes. I mean, the people over, you know, these are not good people over there.
Okay, so you also believe that the Chinese government and the Chinese people are exactly the same. It's just racism. I think it took me a second, because when people are going like, hello, you're doing something.
Well, no, I don't think anybody, well, she's saying like the people and the government's different. I think the difference is like you're getting paid by the effective leader or like a corporation that's funded by the government in some way, right? Like it would be different if you did a show in Dubai that was paid to you by some random investor or a guy, you know? I think that's the difference. It's like, if the country's paying you, then it's like a no. But if it's like, oh, you're just in Dubai, the show's in Dubai, I don't think anything's like wrong with that. The show's in Saudi Arabia, the show's in the UAE, the show's wherever.
First of all, big shout out to Riyadh.
When did America become the moral compass on human decency and human rights? Did we forget 400 years of slavery? Did we forget about the genocide of the Native American Indian? Damn near wiped out an entire race of people.
As for whether this will affect future events, it's still up in the air. Now with that out of the way, Turkey and world-famous comedian Pete Davidson is on a plane headed straight for Turkey moves on to his next target. Tom Brady.
How he got so much bigger than any Tom Brady. And that's shocking. Tom Brady needs money. Tom Brady's got to be worth $1 billion.
Always admired the power of flag football, the fastest.
Oh my God. He's like being the head of flag football. Bro, they're paying him a bill.
Growing sport in the world. So
a funny guy, but I feel like he's a very niche person, you know?
I'm very excited to announce that I'm coming out of retirement and teaming up with...
It was Ariana Grande. I think that made him more mainstream.
His Excellency Turkey Al-Sheikh.
But I don't think that made him like more put. People saying bacon, bacon, bacon. Well, I think it's also like, wait, what? Tom?
Okay, great. That's awesome. Oh, you froze. Pete?
Bacon, bacon, bacon.
Brady's going to be playing in a Saudi flag football team. I mean, outside of Pete Davidson, why people hate comedians now? I think it's because none of them make movies. Their comedy specials suck.
Now, I'd like to turn it over to His Excellency.
What? When? They all just grift towards podcasts because it's what makes them the most money. See, dude, no, they're actually buying everybody. They're buying everybody up, bro. What do you mean, Tom Brady, flag football, Saudi Arabia? What? He's in a flag football. It's like, I can't hate on them, but it's like most comedians don't actually create much anymore. It's a lot of low-effort podcast stuff. Football match in Riyadh in March 21st of 2026. It's a round-robin tournament with current and former NFL.
Saudi Arabia.
I just, I get the routing, and then I see the number, and I go, I'll go.
NFL players broadcasted by Fox Sports and hosted by Kevin Hart. My God. Like, do I think these events will be entertaining? Sure. But it's like, dude, they got to be, like, it's not... what do you think that whole bit where a bunch of comedians went to Saudi Arabia and like sold out for like millions of dollars or something? Goal is, do you think it's like a PR move? Like that's what they're insinuating is like it's a PR move for Saudi Arabia, but I feel like there has to be some sort of monetary goal because they just got to be setting money on fire for this. There's no way they're making money back to get more people to come to Saudi Arabia. I know.
Getting a little bit of flack just because, like, my dad died.
I knew a kid in my class in 5th grade that left the United States and moved to Saudi Arabia. Have never heard from him since. But I know his dad, like, had a crazy
9/11.
And he's not alone.
Saudi Arabia's first comedy festival, I think.
Job offer there. So I always wonder, like, how he's doing. I don't know if he still lives there.
I had a bunch of comedians go out there.
Using it to deflect attention.
For like a long-term financial stability outside of just oil, gas, and I guess black gold.
From their human rights record.
How do you even promote that? Like from the
They bought EA. Yeah, I know about that. They're buying everything. That's what I'm saying. But it's like Saudi Arabia and there's just so many. It's like a lot of the countries in that area. I was referencing Dubai.
Folks that brought you 9/11.
It was like Dave Chappelle, Kevin Hart.
Just because I think Dubai is also an example of like an area that uses a lot of like minimum wage immigrant workers, like underpaid, overworked. I don't really know.
I wish COVID killed more people. Louis C.K.
I might have killed a few people.
So what Saudi Arabia's laws are like. I know Dubai's a bit different, but the UAE as a whole is also different from Dubai. Dubai's like its own individual section of like financial freedom. I don't know a lot about Middle Eastern politics, so.
I'm sorry.
I kill for gay people.
I want to ask you about this comedy festival over in Saudi Arabia.
Take everything I just said with a fucking grain of salt. All right. We're about to do a Wikipedia speed run with Handsome.
These are not good people over there.
Pick from Chris Rock. Nobody know. Don't tell anyone.
You stole a joke from Chris Rock?
Yeah, I do it. I do. Nobody know.
The government. Government provided crucial assistance to the hijackers.
So
I'm glad you asked because, you know, it's something I put a lot of thought into. I was just there to do a show for the people.
I'm being paid a lot of money to not care about what they do in their country.
But while this is the first time it's...
How much do you think they're getting paid to not care? They're basically getting paid an absurd amount of money to just write off, like, the mounds of hate they receive from their audience. Okay, I'm not liking the 9/11 aspect. They're basically calling all Middle Easterns terrorists. Yeah, no, that's definitely racist. How they're trying to say the one voiceover where they're like, they're basically doing a show for the people that funded terrorism. I'm like, okay, that's like extremely racist. You can make your arguments that like the people that are the rich, I guess, moguls or millionaire billionaires that are putting on this show are bad people and like contribute to like very bad work conditions or like borderline slavery. But like, I feel like that's an entirely different conversation than 9/11 24 years ago. You know, most of the guys that are probably paying for this were like children then.
This is all part of an ongoing controversy that started back in 2017.
Saudi Arabia is buying up esports. And actually, the entertainment industry more generally, too.
Your Vision 2030.
Dude, did you see the picture with, like, all the people? It was such a random image. It was just all the people from Squid Games, Mr. Beast, iShowSpeed, and, like, professional soccer players. Just all in a room posing. I feel like so many... It's not uncommon, like, shit in the UAE or, like, Dubai. Like, they will just spend... to give a facade of how great this specific area is. Like that's not new news, you know? I think it's new that they're doing it with comedians and like comic shows, but like, bro, I think the entire point of like Dubai as a city in terms of like marketability towards rich people is building bigger, better, and greater things to make more and more people move over there. Dubai already has a bunch of laws in place that effectively enable it to be like a safe haven tax-wise for a lot of businesses, but they can't really give that oomph to people to move there. And they have like different sectors similar to like New York City or big cities and how they function and where you're able to like hold taxes and not get like it's a big money game on why Dubai's rich and why people decide to move there or move their businesses there. But it's like a lot of the, I guess, flaunting of money shit that they do is for that purpose. It is to flex, but it's also to put this facade of like, wow, look how great this city is. Like, you should move here. And it's like kind of like marketing towards the rich. Why they're choosing a bunch of comedians, I don't know.
It is really beautiful.
Saudi Arabia had just gotten a new leader, the young and ambitious Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, or MBS.
What do you have fun doing?
Video games.
Oh, what's that? Video games. You're a big gamer.
He knows his kingdom's reputation isn't great. The US State Department's put them at high risk for travelers, so tourism is basically non-existent, and foreign investors are hard to come by.
An interesting tweet from billionaire Saudi prince appears to offer an award of 100 Bentleys to the pilots involved in the Saudi bombing campaign.
So, MBS announces Vision 2030, a plan to turn Saudi Arabia into a mecca of tourism and entertainment.
I think that the new Europe will be the Middle East.
Things start off pretty well. He lightens up some of the religious laws, gives women some rights, and opens up movie theaters. The headlines look great. However,
I think that is one of the big downsides. It's like the modernization of like the traditions are still there, and religiously there are a lot of reasons why they function the way they do. But like from a Westerner perspective, like you're not going to want to take your family to Dubai or Saudi Arabia if like the restrictions on their people or women specifically are heavy. You know, it's like just not, it's conflicting values. So like if you want that level of tourism, it's almost impossible to get unless you literally change how your country and your people function, which I don't think they have to do by any means. But I'm saying like, it's not some mystery why, right, nobody goes.
It seems like most of the reforms' only function is to help them rebrand.
The Crown Prince has made a public show of allowing some women to drive.
Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince believed by Western intelligence agencies to have ordered the butchery of journalist Jamal Khashoggi.
But the changes do enough to impress the right people, and MBS is hailed as a visionary.
More striking, social revolution with women driving the change.
Has really done things, and I think especially what you've done for women.
You know, a lot of people have described you as a visionary leader. I talked to a number of...
Well, the table of all men. You know, you've done really great stuff for women. There's just only dudes. Just only dudes at the table.
your citizens, and that's how they describe you. And you didn't even plant them. That's really how they talk about you.
To handle the entertainment.
Isn't this about comedians? Yeah, it's giving the history of like how it led up to the big comedy show.
Side is Muhammad's right-hand man in a high school.
Dude, I think the other thing that like I guess is the downside is, yes, they put on these big tourist events and attractions for people, and they are trying to lure in, you know, wealthy individuals to come tour there and, you know, bring money and I guess energy into the city and the country. But if you're throwing on like a toured show where you have fucking 80 of the world's best comedians come fucking do their work, I'm assuming it's going to be absurdly expensive, you know, to go see that show. It's like Coachella. It'd be like saying, hey, we're trying to make Coachella Valley feel more like a tourist spot. So we're going to hold a huge music festival that costs $10,000 for the average person to fucking go to. Like, yeah, it's fun, but it's fucking a goddamn waste of money. You know what I mean? Like, I went to Coachella. It was the most expensive thing I have ever fucking done in terms of an experience. You know, not the most expensive thing I've ever bought, but it's like, dude, it was $10,000 for two people. For two people. I went to Iceland for a week for cheaper. And so in the same front, maybe, I don't know how expensive this comedy show is, but I'm assuming it's fucking out of the average person's budget. You know, Disney World flying to fucking the UAE or the Middle East to come fucking, you know, watch a comedy show. Like, which are you going to choose? Both are expensive. One's really fucking expensive and halfway across the world.
Gaming buddy, Turkey Al-Sheikh. He starts by investing in his passion for boxing.
I felt like it was something that could never be fixed until this guy showed up. He has invested more money, and more money into this sport than literally ever. So,
as I said last week.
Well, I mean, didn't they, doesn't Saudi Arabia have Ronaldo now for like $1 billion contract? I'm pretty sure EA Games just sold to somebody in Saudi Arabia, right? Like an investor. Like they're buying up a lot. Like they own a lot, like everyday shit you use, even if as an English speaking Westerner is probably owned or functionally, I guess, profited by individual. They have EA. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's recent though. Mr. Beast too? What do you mean? They didn't buy Mr. Beast's channel.
I hate Tom and Jerry's kinds of boxing.
Then creates his own organization. For soccer, golf, TED Expos, esports, and even signs contracts with the UFC.
With my brother Dana White, and
I perceive it as we don't know how much they're getting paid. I perceive it as an undeniable amount of money. Like, remember when so many people were taking stake contracts back when it wasn't banned on Twitch and they were making like XQC? Or like train wrecks, and like those guys were making like literally tens of millions of dollars. Like, I think for them to do like one comedy show, say their average base pay is like $250K, they're like, we'll pay you $2.5 million. We'll pay you $5 million to come perform one time. And they're like, yeah, funny money. life-changing money, regardless of whether or not they have money already. Like an amount of money that would retire your great-great-grandkids. Like that's how much they're getting offered.
To have big car, next big car.
And WWE.
History will undoubtedly be made again. You are making history a lot lately.
Pretty soon it becomes painfully clear that if Turkey wants something, he likely has the means to get it.
The guy he looked at the scorecard. Yeah, he looked at the
Listen, they control the sport of boxing right now. I don't think it's hard for them
How much money do they have?
to steal anybody from anybody. He and I have become very close friends.
What's his name? Turkey ala Sheik. $2.8 billion. But that's off of net worth. It's also the power that over 1.4 trillion for the whole family. Huh? The House of Saud, the royal family of Saudi Arabia, sits on a mind-blowing 1.4 trillion plus fortune. Huh? $1,400 billion. Their wealth began with the discovery of oil in their area in 1930s. What the fuck? $1.4 trillion? So they're just throwing money at shit.
Listen, they control the sport of boxing right now. I don't think it's hard for them to steal anybody from anybody. He and I have become very close friends in a very short amount of time, and there aren't a lot.
I mean, they're so rich that it's like, even if they say no, it's like there's an amount of money that is irrefusable. By every national sport in the U.S., bro, they could literally just start, they could just start buying teams.
Deal like this with.
They could literally just own the NBA.
There's no people, actually. He's the only guy, to be honest with you, so.
I want to tell you, I don't have the magic. I have something more powerful than the magic.
Money.
Behind me, there is big mountain. You cannot see the end of the mountain.
This is a never-ending giant mountain of cash.
Over the next few years, he offers the highest level sports players absurd amounts of money to leave their league and come play in Saudi Arabia.
Each will have to answer for their part.
Damn, do you think there's people that have said no? There has to be, bro. If you're a pro athlete sitting on like $200 million and you love playing soccer and they come to you, Turkey comes to you and he goes, I'm going to pay you $1 billion. Like, what's that? I'd be like, what's that doing for me? Messi? I mean, Messi still makes crazy money, but did Messi turn it down?
Participation.
Mbappe did too.
In so-called.
There's got to be. I mean, there's probably even more people like pro athlete wise or just like entertainers that are like, I don't care. Because they're already just so rich.
Sports washing, an attempt by the government to distract from the country's human rights abuses.
Some people turn it down. Lionel Messi turned down a reported $1.5 billion offer, and Tiger Woods turned down $800 million. But most of the
Tiger Woods could wipe his ass with $800 million. I feel like both of them probably could. Honestly, I get Messi and Tiger probably saying just no.
Time it only takes one or two big stars to fold for the rest of the league to follow.
Again, it comes back to my gut feeling about you that if it was just about money, you'd be in Saudi Arabia, right, earning this king's ransom. But that's not what motivates you. You want to keep at the top.
Exactly. 6 weeks later, guess where he is?
Exactly. 6 weeks later, signs to a Saudi team.
He took all the oil money. I've lost a ton of respect for him.
Ronaldo is a cog in the system of Vision 2030.
Biggest name in the sport to join the Saudi-backed Live.
I do wonder, I'm not saying this would ever occur. I'm not saying this is what's happening, and I'm not implying that this is what's happening. Is there a chance that it's like, they come to Ronaldo and they go, hey, we'll pay you $2 billion to do this. And he's like, nah. And they go, I wouldn't say no if I were you. Like if you're a rich and famous guy and somebody